Conocí al vecino de la esquina.
A ver, cuéntame.
Me dejó impresionada. Sabe lo que necesito y no me pone límites.
Ay, preséntalo.
Es Metro PCS.
Ya lo sabes, Metro PCS está en tu colonia y te ofrece datos, llamadas y textos sin límites por solo $30 y punto. Toda una rápida red 4G LTE de T-Mobile. Metro PCS, el que sabe, sabe. Cobertura no disponible en algunas áreas. Incluye un GB de datos de alta velocidad. Visita una tienda para detalles, términos y condiciones y prácticas de administración de datos.
Every plant is carefully selected. Every batch is gently matured. Every drop is double distilled. Never forget where you come from. Born in the highlands of Jalisco, Tequila Cazadores. 100% agave, 100% from Arandas. Drink responsibly. Imported by Tequila Cazadores, USA, Seal Beach, California. Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume.
We will begin programming in 5 minutes. If you guys are going to start making your way into the auditorium, we will have the future of cannabis in the medical age. Are we on? Yeah. Okay, good. Hello. Heidi, could you do me a favor? Could you tell the boys that we need to get inside, we need to get this set up for the next panel, let them know that we're going to start. We got to get started. It's 1 o'clock. Yeah.
I was here from Elevate LA. Olivia and a friend who's an LGBT contributor.
That's right. And let me have that. As it is so far.
What prize do you want?
I don't know which prize. Cannabis Kids? Oh, it works in, yeah. Oh, two, actually.
Yep, me too.
Medmen, small millimeter unit.
Yeah, and they
All
will
right.
pick it up off-site, all that stuff. Don't forget, announce that red tickets are for door prizes at the end of the day. Green tickets are for these raffles valued at
Yeah.
$50.
20 and 50?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, 40 to 250.
Can you hear me? Because I was like, guys, no, like you can hear.
Yes, you can. Yeah, we're doing two. I would do the can. Yeah. Is it live? All right, everybody. We're gonna get things going again. We're gonna have the raffles in 2 minutes. Everybody, take your seats. We're gonna have the raffle in 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, let's go. We're on.
Okay. Okay. If you win this one, you have to pick it up off-site at the location. Because there's great stuff inside of it. Yeah? Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Cannabis Education Forum 2016. Before we start with our next panel, which is dedicated to the future of cannabis in the medical age, we're going to do a little raffle. But also, really quick, everyone gets a red ticket. That's like the door prize. And there's a difference between those ones and the green ones. So I just want you guys to know that. So no one gets mad. Okay, so our first prize is a MedMen package, which is one small 30 milliliter unit, which you have to pick up off-site because it contains wonderful things you have to get at a store. Just saying. Okay. I can never read your guys' names. You scribble. Okay, the number on this card is 624-8045. No. Going once? Going twice? No? Okay. Our next one, I could read this one. Maddie A. Maddie A? No? Is he outside? The name is Maddie A. For the green tickets. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Sorry. Will Wick. Yay. Hi, Will. You win the MedMan pack, so you can, they'll let you know how to pick it up, when to pick it up, where to pick it up, you know. Awesome. And then our next one is from Canna Kids. It's worth $50, and there's 2 t-shirts, a water bottle, and some sunglasses. There you go. And the next one is Marlon M. Yay! You win this package from Canna Kids. Congratulations! All right. So that's for our raffle. We have more raffles throughout the rest. It's a very long education forum today. Okay, so before I bring the next people, I just want to say the medical cannabis for the treatment of serious disease is now one of the hottest topics on the planet. Scientists, medical professionals, and passionate caregivers searching for answers from all around the globe are getting on the research train in the race to uncover the mysteries behind the miracle plant. Our panelists today are among that exciting group, and I would also they're here to educate you guys on where they see the future of medical cannabis going. So without further ado, the CEO, oh my gosh. I clearly know how to speak in public settings. Sorry. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Miss Dana Workman.
Hello. All right, we have a very educational and awesome lineup of panelists for you today. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce them. We have Tracy Ryan. She's the CEO and founder of Canna Kids and mom to pediatric cancer patient Sophie Ryan, who is also the inspiration behind Canna Kids. Canna Kids is on a trajectory to be one of the world's leaders for cannabinoid therapies based on scientific research and is in collaboration with some of the top doctors, researchers, and hospitals in the world. Next up, we have Dr. Adam Richardson. He is a biological researcher with a focus on cancer and has a strong medicinal chemistry background regarding cannabinoids and terpenes. And Matt Buchero, did I get the rolling R right? Okay. Matt is the co-founder of Green Capital Ventures and Gridiron Cannabis Foundation, where he has been working with current and former NFL players to progress research and education on cannabis-based treatments. And last but certainly not least, Michael Bacchus wrote Cannabis Pharmacy and received the first U.S. patent issued for a plant containing THC. He and his partner Amy own the Blackbridge Group, a consultancy whose clients include Phytex, a startup focusing on endocannabinoid dysregulation founded by Dr. Ethan Russo and Professor Raphael Meshulam. All right, we're going to start off with some math questions. Okay, so if you guys can all just go down the line and briefly describe what you did prior to getting into cannabis and what happened to make you shift or alter your career and what your role in the industry is now.
You want me to go first?
Start.
So before I got into this incredible industry, my job was as a CEO of a media agency, building large websites, doing social media management, graphic design, print design, and I've been a graphic artist for about the last 22 years of my life and a public speaker. So a lot of what I previously did really rolled in nicely to what I'm doing now because I'm able to do my own branding and media and save a lot of money that way. And then when my husband and I's daughter was diagnosed at 8.5 months old with an optic pathway glioma, it took about 2.5 weeks for us to get connected to Ricky Lake and Abby Epstein. And I'm sure most of you have heard of Ricky before from film and television. And they were doing a documentary called Weed the People. And at this point, after the devastating news about what had happened to our child, we were really looking for anything that could help save her from the toxic side effects and also from a chemo that was never actually supposed to shrink her tumor. It was supposed to stabilize it, hopefully, and if there was minimal shrinkage, at best, it would be considered a huge success. And Sophie's tumor had a 90% success in life, but an 85% recurrence. And so we were looking at a sentence that was going to take us down a very long road. And when Ricky and Abby introduced us to this plant, I knew these were two women that I could trust. And so our journey began. And from there, I slowly started to close down my agency as CannaKids and SavingSophie.org was born. And now over the last year and a half, we've treated over 500 patients. As Dana mentioned, we're working with some of the most brilliant scientists in the world, in Israel and here in the United States. And now we're headed into some very exciting clinical research that I hope to be announcing very soon.
All right, is this on? Yep. My name's Adam Richardson, so my background is in oncology and cancer research. I actually did my graduate work, somewhat ironically coming full circle here, in natural products chemistry. But I looked at marine natural products, things from coral reefs, for anti-cancer treatments. After that, I came to San Diego to work at the Sanford Burnham Institute in their cancer center, and focus more on understanding how cancer works, what we can do to treatment in particularly a much less toxic and safer way. I mean, that is the critical component that everyone's looking for in oncology. And recently, I decided it was time to open up my own chemistry company, in part so that I can move into this really promising area of cannabis and cannalytics. And what I want to help do is understand which components of cannabis, which of these small molecules are most efficacious for which indications. There's a lot of good to be done with the whole plant and the way that we're using it now, but I think in order to move it into more serious disease applications, we're going to need some standardization of compounds, and we're going to need a different approach than necessarily treating kind of, cannabis can be great for a lot of chronic, less serious illnesses, but if we want to move it into things like cancer and epilepsy, we're definitely going to need some more scientific background and some more targeted therapy, even though it's based off of this extremely safe plant. So that's why I'm excited about combining my cancer research and cannabinoids right now.
Great. My name is Matt Buchero. I was actually an investment banker in private equity for 10 years prior to coming over to cannabis and cannabis medicine. And I've been a patient and advocate since I was a teenager and had a stomach issue that no doctor could identify. And after 8 or 9 different iterations of pharmaceutical drugs, I found a path that was far less harmful, and I've been an advocate since then. And over the last 3 years, in playing football myself growing up, partnering with someone who did as well, we've been able to get together a group of football players, current and former NFL players, who are pursuing cannabis-based treatments that aren't producing the long-term effects that a lot of these players are suffering from, and pursuing holistic-based treatment in general. And for me, I always looked at people who said, I love my job so much, I don't feel like I'm ever working. And I kind of thought that was BS, to be frank with you. Sitting here I can tell you with true honesty that is something that I get to live every day. And this plant and the people who have put themselves out there to pursue these medications are really providing an opportunity for us all to provide a better future, a better medicinal future for all of us. And I'm proud to be a part of it.
My name's Michael Backus. Said I started out in the movie business. My partner Amy started out as working for Sotheby's and as an architect, and cut to us in the woods of Humboldt, standing outside of a trailer, waiting for some guy to trim some haze for us. And it literally was a thing where I had a form of migraine that was kind of intractable and didn't respond to conventional medication. Somebody recommended that cannabis could work. I started asking questions about it. Amy started asking questions about it. We couldn't get them answered, and so we decided, oh, well, let's get the answers. And then somebody said, wow, you guys know a lot. You should start a dispensary. So with some other folks, we started Cornerstone Research. And it's really been, 5-6 years ago, hell, maybe 10 years ago, if you had asked me how much I know about cannabis, I would have said, 70%. And today I can say with great confidence I know less than 5% of what I want to know. And so Amy and I started Blackbridge, and we've been teaming up with scientists and learning a lot, and really having to constantly revise what we know. It's an absolute. If you have a passionate certainty about cannabis, you're wrong. Because I guarantee you're going to find out. For example, CBD. What we understand about CBD is probably wrong, and it may actually be mimicking things rather than doing things we think it's doing. Stay tuned, because this is an emerging thing. Not that CBD is not safe, but it may be a much more blunt instrument than we originally thought.
Awesome. All right, so because this is only a 45-minute panel and it is the future of cannabis in the medical age, I'm going to jump right into that question and ask you guys, where do you see the future of cannabis medicine going in the next 5 years?
You guys just want to keep going down the road? Okay. What's really exciting about the group that I've been working with in Israel is that they can actually study this plant there legally. And they have an enormous lab. They're up to 22 scientists now working in this lab at the Technion Institute in Israel. And some of the discoveries that they're making are mind-blowing. And what they have found is that it's not just the THC and CBD, as a lot of people in the past have thought. It has a lot to do with the levels of THC, CBD, but also the terpenoids and flavonoids, and the combination of those at specific percentages that can go in and block mutations in disease. So to kind of give you more of a layman's approach to that, every single person that has cancer, there are genetic mutations in that cancer. For example, our daughter, I actually flew Sophie's brain tumor to Israel for genomic sequencing and cannabinoid sensitivity, and she's the first pediatric patient that we know of in the world that's getting this testing done on her currently. And she has an EGFR, IDH1, and IDH2 mutation. Those are the three mutations that are the most prominent. So what they're doing is they're looking at 400 different strains of cannabis oil in every different type of extraction method. The two that they're focused the most on is CO2 and ethanol extraction. And what they have found is that, you could have one strain that's going to kill pancreatic cancer by 100%, but that same strain may only kill breast cancer by 15% or 10%. So one strain will not fix all. And it is, it's about anywhere from 8 to 12 ingredients that they're finding thus far in their research that are responsible for the mass majority of that cellular death in that cancer. So what I'm most excited about is personalized medicine and being able to take a cancer sample from a resected tumor that where a patient has had a prior surgery, being able to sequence it to see what those mutations are. And then by understanding those mutations, we can then look towards finding a strain that is specific to that individual's disease. So with our daughter has an optic pathway glioma, and she has what's called the MEK fusion mutation. But another child that has the exact same diagnosis may have a different kind of BRAF mutation that isn't the fusion. So you wouldn't treat those two children the same, even though Western medicine does. And that's why one kid may fail a drug and the other one may be successful. So one of the things that we're pushing the hardest for in this industry because of this research that is evolving is personalized medicine, not just from the Western medicine side, but also from the cannabinoid side. And I think that we're pretty close to having an idea of how to accomplish this And the research I feel is going to be coming down the pipe in about the next 12 to 16 months, somewhere around that time frame. And if this works like we think it will, I think we're going to see some really incredible things start to happen in these patients.
Well, I'm most excited about working with Tracy on everything she just discussed, because that sounds awesome. So beyond that, I'd like to just add a little bit. I completely agree about the personalized medicine. I mean, that's the wave of the future in all of oncology, not just cannabis. One thing I'd like to piggyback on about the personalized medicine is, you can, as Tracy mentioned, there's these great entourage effects. You get great synergy between the different components of cannabis potentially. And in addition to matching up your chemical profile of the plant or your extracts that you combine and matching it with the patient's genetics, there's also a lot of considerations in how you can deliver and metabolize these drugs. Absolutely. Because as a cancer researcher, we can kill tumor cells. We've got thousands, if not millions, of compounds that kill tumor cells. The problem is they're so toxic. Mm-hmm. And besides coming at it from this is a great non-toxic start from this plant that's safe. You can also ultimately deliver combinations of chemicals more specifically to your tumor. If you could deliver the right combinations of cannabinoids, for example, directly to the tumor, you can potentially achieve much greater results than you could through ingestion, smoking, absorption, anything else. So, I don't think anyone wants to see this industry go down the path of big pharma, but big pharma does have some good ideas about delivering medicines. And I think there is still, as much as we want to keep this accessible and natural, there also is still development we can do to help elevate it from a kind of a holistic plant to a true targeted therapy.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I obviously agree with all my fellow panelists thus far on this subject. I'm going to take a little bit of a different tack just because that's where our focus is. I think for my guys and the people I work with on the cannabis medicine side, we have an opportunity specifically to address two major issues that are affecting, whether it's Saturday, Sunday athletes, high school athletes, professional athletes. You have a long-term pain issue that needs to be addressed that is more prevalent and more noticed by NFL players. But I'll tell you what, I'm broken down more severely than the few of the guys I work with. Nobody's interested in what I'm saying about that, though. So obviously there's a focus on that, but with an opiate issue that is really getting to a pervasive part of American society right now, and a long-term solution that is safe and non-toxic with cannabis. I think the opportunity over the next 3 to 5 years to have a real understanding about how to treat long-term pain, different types of diseases with cannabis and cannabis-based medications. And then on the brain injury side, I strongly believe in if we don't address what's happening at the NFL level and the college level, there may not be football in the future. And everyone I work with wants to save the NFL with cannabis. And I think that we have a real opportunity here to provide some real medicine that nobody else is doing. Right now, you have doctors giving medication not for CTE and the symptoms of CTE. I have guys telling me, doctor says this is the type of medicine for a different type of brain plaque, but it's all we have. That's not treatment for anybody. And it's more often than not breaking these men down and tearing them down and killing them over time in a lot of ways. And with an open door to cannabis-based medications for brain injury, I think we have the potential to save a lot of lives and a game that's pretty treasured in American society.
Crystal balls don't work. And so I'm suspicious of using one. But there are a couple things I want to do. Alan Kay a really good computer scientist, said the best way to predict the future is invent it. And so we need to have a better understanding of cannabis constituency. There's a lot of exaggeration right now about what constituents in cannabis are important and what are not, and I think that we need to narrow our focus a little bit, we'll get better results from that. I think that we really, really, really need to get a better handle on dose. People don't understand. They confuse non-toxic or less toxic, or I don't feel toxic effects now with safety. And the problem with that is that when you have people, and we do in our community, using incredibly high doses of cannabinoids, and those doses downregulate the endocannabinoid system, which means that you get decreased receptor density. The problem with that is nobody knows what the long-term effects are. And people say, oh, I've been using cannabis for 30 years, dude. And I'm saying, yeah, that's why you have that obvious neurological deficit that makes it look like you're on a 2-second tape delay, okay? And
That's hilarious.
so the thing is that we basically have to cut the crap.
Agreed.
And then we'll be taken seriously.
Yeah.
All right, next question is, what is the most commonly asked question that you guys get in your specific field of study, and how do you answer it?
I have two. Number one is it going to get my kids stoned? Which is, I think Dana will agree, one of the number one questions we get. And the number two question is it going to save my child's life or my loved one's life? And the answer to part one is you don't have to get stoned if you know how to dose. And kind of leading back to what Michael said, is it's about getting a true handle on dosing and making sure that you're dosing accurately and effectively. We start our patients with a 5 milligram THC dose, and depending on the disease, usually a 10 milligram CBD dose. If it's autism or epilepsy, we start at 5 with that as well. And it's really about incrementally ramping that up so that the patient has the time to build a tolerance to it, especially when you're working with children. The last thing you want is a kid running around stoned out of their mind, uncomfortable, feeling so psychoactive that they're not themselves anymore. So we really take a soft hand at ramping this up, and then really looking to see how the interactions are happening within that patient's body. There is such a thing as taking too much cannabis oil, and some of the research scientists have been looking at, well, where is that peak at? And there's still a lot of discoveries that need to be made, but you can oftentimes start to see negative side effects from your cannabis use. And if you're starting to see negative effects, the chances are you really are taking too much. And then back to the other question that's also super common, especially with cancer, is this going to save my life or my baby's life or my mom or dad or grandma or whoever? And, there is no answer to that, because, again, we're not far enough in the research to really understand how we should be dosing and whether or not the strain we're using is accurate or whether or not we're giving the right amounts. But I can tell you this in full confidence, is that we have more successes than we have failures, which is very exciting, especially with the patients who get to us quickly. So for anyone who ever has a loved one that is sick and you're considering cannabis and they are scheduled to start chemo and radiation, we have seen the most success in patients who start cannabis before the toxicity is introduced into their fragile bodies, because their bodies are already sick. And we have, if anybody wants to stop by and visit our Canna Kids table, you can see some of the photos of the children when they got to us and the result of what happened within 1 to 2 months of being on cannabis oil. And we literally have kids dying that within a month and a half, they're back in school. They've gained 5-10 pounds. The feeding tubes are out. They're happy, healthy, and having a full life again, and able to eat, which is a big one, because if you can keep your body nourished and healthy, you're going to be a lot more successful at fighting the disease, because you're not also trying to keep your body alive at the same time.
So my two most common questions are, so when are we going to cure cancer? And how much THC should I take? So the first one actually gets back to what Tracy talked about again with the personalized medicine. And I try to remind people, whether it's cannabis or anything else, cancer's not something that we're going to have a magic bullet for, like when we discovered penicillin, right? And now all of a sudden we knock down most infectious disease with this one magic bullet. Cancer's not like that because of these unique genetic mutations, because it's our own cells and our own physiology. It's going to take a lot more subtle treatments. And I tell people, ultimately, we may not ever be able to cure some cancers, but at least we can turn it into a manageable disease. It won't be a death sentence, right? It's as long as we can keep you healthy, I think that's in some ways beating cancer. So, as Tracy said, somewhere between. I mean, it's Sophie's making amazing progress. Hopefully, it'll hit the rest of the world in the next 5 to 10 years. And when you go to your doctor, it's going to be a pretty radical change in how we treat cancer and what the reaction to a diagnosis is. So I think that's promising.
First line of defense instead of the last.
Absolutely. And as for how much cannabis you should take, I keep telling people I'm not that kind of doctor. I don't really feel comfortable telling. There's people like Tracy and the doctors and nurses that she worked with that are able to answer that much more quickly. But coming from a cancer background, I do feel like there's a lot of promising things that are going to be available in 5 or 10 years, and I think cannabis is one of them. So,
yeah, agreed.
Mine's probably, is it possible to stop taking X number of pharmaceutical drugs in their entirety? And the answer is maybe, hopefully. Like everyone up here is saying, a lot of what my experience with the people I work with is a lot of Band-Aids on broken legs. And if it's not curing something, all you're doing is dealing with it. And, to start, using a cannabis-based medicine, applies, fairly well there, and we go from there. And certain things, like everyone said here, pharmaceutical drugs have their purpose in a lot of different ways, and what we're trying to do is let them be used in those purposes, and then for all the other things, so guys aren't taking 30 pills over 5 different prescriptions on a daily basis. Let's get that down to 1 that makes sense. And it's a process, and with great people up here providing the research, and my group as well, contributing to that research, we're going to be able to get real answers to those questions rather than try this has been working, and consistency of product as well, which I know everybody out here is striving for on the medical side, is going to be able to, really elevate cannabis as a medicine to a, to where it needs to be.
Wanted just to chime in really quickly. I don't even think I've shared this with you yet, Matt. There's a research scientist in Israel that I'm being introduced to, and they're actually studying 40,000 patients in a hospital right now for pain. So the amount of information that is going to be coming off of that is going to help the United States so much in helping athletes like the ones you work with, and also with cancer patients like the one that I work with for end-of-life pain. So we are working on a collaboration with, bringing in these scientists that have all of this research data, if they're willing to share, and loop them into the research that we're doing locally, and then also the stuff that Matt's doing in the field.
That's
exciting.
It's very exciting to be working, really across the board. Everybody's working towards the same goal, and there's no, in this industry, especially on the medicinal side, no one's competing to find an answer like a pharmaceutical company. We're just looking. Yeah. And treating this, as I think that we usually use the word open source. Everything we get, good or bad, is going to be shared. Yeah. That's the whole point of this. And if we can all kind of work together, and in whatever it is, whether it's PTSD, whether it's cancers, whether it's traumatic brain injury, I've heard doctor after doctor say the brain doesn't know what hit it in the head. Yeah. It's just dealing with what happens afterwards. So we can all work together, and if we can get the U.S. government behind it to help some veterans, maybe we could find out a few more answers as well.
Amen.
Well, at Blackbridge, we get 2 sets of questions. I can answer that question for the ones I get answered. Amy can answer the ones that she gets answered. She answers a lot more questions than I do. But the questions I typically get asked are, what should I take and how much should I take? And the what is really tough, okay, because there's a lot of really shady formulation out there right now, and there's a lot of really poor understanding of formulation. And so now you're starting to see people go, oh, terpene. I call this bro science, okay? It's like, terpenes, bro. and so what you're seeing is people are using handheld vaporizing devices with plastic tanks. And it's probably one of the stupidest things ever in our industry, and there have been a few dumb ones. And the reason is, if you look on a bottle of many vegetable oils, you'll see a warning saying, all edible oils dissolve plastic. Well, imagine what happens when you put a solvent like a terpene and an oil together against plastic, and then inhale it. The answer is not going to be good. So we need to have a better understanding of not only what our formulations are, but how to administer them safely. Mm-hmm. And I think there are going to be great vape pens out there. I would just be very suspicious of the guy who runs in from something he just received in a crate from Guangdong. Really. That's one. Two, the other one is, when it comes to constituency, there's really interesting brain scan studies coming out from our opponents, okay? And if you don't pay attention to your opponents, you're living in a bubble. And our opponents educate us. And in this case, Nora Volkow, head of NIDA, and a couple researchers in Australia, and some supporters in England have been doing brain scan studies on healthy chronic cannabis users and seeing significant brain changes, okay? Those are real, not nonsense, okay? Not prohibition, okay? What they are is evidence. But what's great is, in both cases, in the NIH study and in the Australian study, people who used a little bit of CBD along with THC had no changes in their brain at all. Wow. They were indistinguishable from non-users.
Wow.
Okay?
Amazing.
We are looking at this through a prohibition lens. A prohibition lens said, THC is valuable. Let's make the most THC we can in the smallest plants, whether it's in the plant or the concentrate. We need to stop, okay? We need to get past prohibition.
Well, what you just mentioned leads into the next question, in my opinion. What is one of the more interesting medical facts you feel you've learned since getting into the cannabis industry?
Well, other than what I have learned through working with Israel and understanding the genetic mutations and how different strains can affect them in different ways, one of the coolest facts that as a mom I have always found so fascinating, it's probably one of the most repeated facts that I have spouted off to women and men and anyone who would listen, is that a mother's breast milk actually contains cannabinoids. And those cannabinoids, endocannabinoids that our body produces, match phytocannabinoids in the cannabis plant. So one of the reasons that our breast milk as mothers is so beneficially healthy to our newborns is because of those endocannabinoids. And it gives me chills to think about how God gave us this incredible plant that is clearly meant for our bodies to consume. And that's something that is so important in giving us all our initial shot at life is related to this plant in this magical way.
That's a tough one. I think scientifically the thing that's been most fascinating has been this entourage effect that you get from the different components. And that's just coming from, I think, my scientific background. I mentioned I did marine natural products for oncology, and this is all about purifying compounds, finding classic chemotherapies in a way. And the idea that a efficacious sort of source of treatment would actually come from applying the mixture of natural compounds rather than isolated natural compounds. It's just a different scientific approach for me. So it may not be as new to me as, or maybe newer to me than some other people up here, but scientifically, it's kind of a different approach to come at this source of natural products as maybe we don't want to isolate the most potent compound. Maybe what we want to do is deliver all of them and just in various mixtures and manners. And medically, that's a really interesting treatment approach, and one that's been very hard to apply in the United States, because if you go to the FDA with anything except a single agent new compound, right? They want to know what the structure is, they want it pure, they want the target, they want anything and everything, and that's not necessarily the best approach with cannabis. So I found that really interesting from a discovery perspective.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably one of the first things I learned when I made I was thinking about and learning about, as I made my transition over to the industry, that the endocannabinoid portion of the brain even exists. Mm-hmm. The fact that I feel they knew about it when I was in high school, yet it wasn't in a book I read. I feel like I got gypped out of a large portion of my brain. And so for me, that's probably always going to go down as the coolest thing I ever learned, because I learned about a new part of my brain when I thought I was taught all about it. So, I know most of the people in this room probably have put the time in and do understand it to varying degrees, but a lot of the people who are going to walk past you on the street today have absolutely no idea. And that's part of the education that I think everyone who's put the time in and the commitment to be sitting here today, I'd love to ask you to educate one person about the endocannabinoid portion of the brain, about cannabis. Take 2 minutes, do the research on the ground to help out what we're doing here, because the only way we're going to be able to fill up these rooms and get the funding for the research to get the answers that we're all looking for is that support.
For me, it's hopefully in the next few years, this doesn't become the Cannabis Education Forum, okay? Cannabis is an arrow, okay? And it's time that we started to focus on the target, okay? It's an arrow in a quiver, okay? And there are lots of different interventions that target the endocannabinoid system that aren't cannabis. We selectively bred cannabis over the last 12,500 years to work well with our endocannabinoid system. And we've bred the plant to have these entourages and selected them. But running restores endocannabinoid tone. Yoga restores endocannabinoid tone. The target in the body with which acupuncture interacts is the endocannabinoid system. You don't hear this. All you hear is cannabis, because it's prohibited and because we're trying to change an unfair law, we focus on the arrow. And for me, shifting my focus and the focus of Blackbridge towards endocannabinoid dysregulation and how you restore endocannabinoid function just changes the game. It gives you so many more options. For example, beta-caryophyllene. Beta-caryophyllene is found in black pepper, okay? It is a CB2 agonist, a fantastic one. It is a dietary cannabinoid. It is on every table. It is consumed every day by everybody. Everybody eats pepper. Everybody eats cloves. Everybody eats plants that have lots of cannabinoids that aren't related to cannabis, even though cannabis does produce beta-caryophyllene. So what we need to do is kind of expand our heads a little bit and how we look at this and focus more on the target. We'll have better outcomes.
All right, unfortunately, that's our time. So we don't have any room for Q&As or anything, no?
If anybody has any questions for any of us, we can just go to the Canna Kids table and be available there to answer your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, like you heard, we're going to take a small break, and then when we come back, we're going to talk about seeds and advanced genetics. Whoop, whoop.
If everybody wants to come inside, we are going to start our next speaker, Swerve, with Advanced Genetics and Seeds. It's going to be starting shortly from the Cali Connection. Also, we are going to announce a raffle prize. So if you would like to purchase a raffle ticket, you can win something. Also, if you would like some t-shirts, because they are awesome, you should go up to our staff and order some. Again, we're going to start our panel now if you want to come inside. Huh? The pizza guy's here. You can just pay him, like, notate how much it is.
I'll get a receipt.
Yes. And then that cash is going to be used for something else, but just if
I'll do my cash.
is that okay? Keep it. Yeah.
Pizza man.
Yeah, they're coming in. You just can't eat your food in there, but you can have your covered beverage. You just can't eat
Let
it.
me take a bite.
Hi, guys. Welcome back again. Hi. So before we move on to our next panel, we're going to do another raffle. This prize is from the Crystal Cult Coffee. They've been providing coffee all day in the courtyard, so say thanks on the way out. But they're giving away a $200 gift certificate to thecrystalcult.com. Yay, free coffee. Oh, Will Wick. Can you regift it? Oh, that is good karma points for you, Will. Yes. I cannot read your name, so I'm going to read the number. It is 624-8085. 624-8085. Yeah, buddy. Yay. Congratulations, you just won $200 to crystalcult.com. Again, that's crystalcult.com. I'm a dork, sorry. Okay, so our next panel is about seeds and advanced genetics. He's been called the Johnny Appleseed of weed for bringing popular strains to seed, thus creating the Cali Connection in 2009. So ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Swerve.
Wait, yeah. Oh, there we go. There we are. Life. How you guys doing today? Well, I hope. It's cooler in here than it is outside, so that's a plus. So I believe we're going to talk about advanced genetics and seeds today. So quick little background about who I am. I am the owner and creator of the Cali Connection seed company. We're a worldwide seed brand that's been around now for longer than I probably would have imagined, to be blunt. So about 8 years now, almost, 8 years. And we took everything that, for the most part, most people are used to seeing in the dispensaries and only knowing that the dispensary has and only knowing that it's in flower form, and took that and put it to seed for everybody else out there, including yourselves and everybody else. We did this because nobody was doing this at the time in 2007 and 2008. So we took on upon ourselves to kind of be a leading factor amongst the industry to be pushing everybody growing for themselves, to push the fact that everybody should be able to grow the same genetics as the stuff that you find in the dispensaries, because that's the medicine that you can get there. Why can't you actually grow it yourself and actually have it yourself? So we set out to do that for everybody. My thing that I actually suffer from, unfortunately, is multiple sclerosis, as well as about 5 eye diseases. So that's led me to really push the medical side of the fence, as well as, make sure that the stuff that we offer, whether it's CBD in particular, or whether it's high THC stuff, the genetic, we do that for everybody to make sure that the seed is properly what it is. You guys are used to seeing OG Kush at the actual stores. You guys are used to seeing Bubba Kush. You guys are used to seeing Sour Diesel, Girl Scout cookies, etc. I'm one of those people that took all the original clones from those that only certain people were hoarding, which is why the prices at the time in 2005, 2006 were so high, and let it out to everybody so everybody can then have it. The cool part about that is nobody was doing it at the time. So it's kind of like we're at the forefront for it for everybody. So a lot of the newer generations were able to see how it can actually play a huge benefit for everybody by releasing the genetics to everybody in particular, to the general person. You don't have to be a huge, massive commercial grower. You don't have to be some super special scientist to achieve what you're used to smoking at the stores or at the dispensaries. And it's kind of a goal to really, I guess, ensure that when we put out a high CBD strain, that it's actually high CBD. When we put out, Tahoe OG, it was replicated of what the actual genetic is. And when we put out the Bubba Kush, it's the same thing. We wanted to make sure that it's actually the genetic variety is there, as well as the actual one that you're, like I said, used to seeing in the stores. And after doing all of this for a long time now and going to Europe and then coming back here to America and seeing how the scenes exploded over here and seeing how much there was a huge need for the genetic population out here. We've spent a lot of time traveling around the world, seeing the different genetics that there has been not hype necessarily about, but the genetics that everybody reads about and has been for years, all the Dutch genetics. And we've come to the determination that really the stuff that they have there is a lot less useful than the stuff that we have here. Everybody's used to, quality genetics here, stuff that actually works here, stuff that actually will benefit you here. And then you have the European version of stuff, and it's good, but it's not exactly what we would want. It's more the commercialized version of it. So we really specialized in pushing forward the genetic, not library, so to speak, but the genetic, I guess the genetic library, to make sure that everybody out there, like I said, has the ability to grow what you would like to, what you would want to smoke, and what you're actually used to smoking. So years have come, years have gone, and we've seen a lot of new companies pop up and a lot of new companies pushing out the exact same stuff that's already been out there for years, just recalling it different, just changing the name up a little bit and kind of rebranding things, which is great, but in the end, you can only have so many of the exact same thing, so many of the exact same genetic called different, until everybody's used to it and realizes that it's all has one general base. And that general base is what we at the Cali Connection are the ones that put out there. We put out the base for you guys to then create and explore and push the genetic boundary, because when you guys create on your own, whether it be a simple, what we would dub the pollen chuck, or whether it be a simple, your personal breeding project, that's the stuff that pushes the envelope of the industry. And that's the stuff that changes not the genetic makeup of the medicine that you guys are used to, but changes the accessibility, the composition, the overall end product. It changes it. It forces the industry to comply with what the general person, the general people, the general populace actually grows. Because exactly that. Not everybody's a commercial grower. Not everybody grows the most amazing dank, and not everybody wins, awards for it. But that doesn't mean that everybody cannot grow their own medicine. And I guess by having seeds, that gives you that opportunity, as well as that gives you the chance to see the genetic variation, as well as create, like I said, your own versions of. And by us putting out high CBD strains, it allows you guys, the general patient group, to actually grow it and get your own CBD strain, get your own CBD medicine, get your own medication that actually you can then bring to somebody and have them work with it further on and grow it to a larger extent if you cannot. It's the ability. And that is why I really kind of started the whole seed company, was to give everybody the ability. Because I found if it helps it for my MS and helps for my ailments, why wouldn't it help for everybody else? So I'm not really a stingy individual. I'm more of a, together we all could actually achieve, and together we all can actually further our own benefit by actually, like I said, creating on our own, as well as running genetics from everybody else, as well as running our genetics, as well as realizing that marijuana does benefit us, which is why we're all here, because we all know that. Now, if we could get the other side of the fence to realize how much benefit that this plant actually contains, then I think we'll actually be really pushing the boundaries and really pushing forward, which they're starting to realize, but it's the amount of monetizing it. How do they monetize it? How do they monetize it? Well, they're not going to be able to monetize it the same way that the pharmaceuticals monetize, their little chemical compounds that create all these drugs. So that's not going to work. So what's going to happen is they're going to have to figure out another facet, which is why it's still not going to be descheduled for a few years, which makes no sense. But in the end, it's because people can't make money off of it. And by people like us that continue to put seeds out for everybody else, and people like you that continue to grow those seeds, as well as create on your own from those seeds, they then can't control that, which is the reason why that they're having a hard time monetizing it. But if we all band together and we all continue to push forward like we are, the genetics that you guys acquire, the genetics that you guys hold, as well as the new genetics that we create, as well as the new genetics that you guys create, then can at least allow all of us at least a decent life, at least be able to take care of our own ailments for us. Whether we'll let the pharmaceutical companies argue amongst themselves, let the government argue amongst themselves, but for us as humans and as people, all that matters is taking care of each other and taking care of yourself. It's the truth. But by doing that, though, you're helping the fellow man by you finding something that's really high in CBD or really high in THC or a one-to-one compound, and by then sharing that genetic to everybody else, you're doing everybody else a favor. You're actually progressing the source of cure, so to speak, not necessarily cure, but the source of a potential cure or a potential relieving of ailments or the simple help. That's the truth. It's just the simple help. And like I said, by putting out genetics and by continuing to put out genetics for everybody else, it allows everybody else to advance the whole thing of genetics. That's the whole purpose of it. So now when we do take, say, a high CBD strain, do we necessarily always include hemp into it? No. The reason why is because not always a high CBD is going to benefit everybody. So we set out to create stuff that will try to benefit everybody across the board, which is one of the hardest things to do. It's like that old adage, trying to make everybody happy. It's impossible. But at least we can try and do our best to get as close as we can. So when we do a 2-to-1 CBD to THC, or we do a 5-to-1 CBD to THC, or even a 20-to-1 CBD to THC, it'll help for different people and different things. It's not always going to be the same. It's not always going to work for everybody. But it's at least there, and the option is that opposed to the other side of the fence, which is what? Pharmaceutical? So you'd rather Figure out how to generally make your own genetic, how to make your compounds, how to figure out, okay, if I cross X plant to B plant, will I get high CBD or will I not get high CBD? The only way to do it is to experiment and find out. And that's the cool part about marijuana and cannabis, is it allows you so many different facets and capabilities to unlock, and shows you by crossbreeding it. Now, it's unlike any other plant out there, because if any of you guys have figured out how, that's amazing, but most people don't even know how to pollinate tomatoes or how to pollinate other cherry trees, or how to realize what bees really do in order to transfer pollen from one plant to another. Most people don't realize that, but cannabis is so easy that it's legitimately A and B. It's no more than a 1 and 2. It's not anything. You don't have to get so scientifically inclined and read all these crazy books and through and 500,000 page books later, you realize that all you had to do was take one plant that's a male and pollinate a female, and out came a bunch of seeds, and those seeds can unlock something that you were or weren't expecting. People don't realize that, and that's the cool part about cannabis. So that's even more of an exciting thing for us, for me as a breeder, by creating stuff and allowing, like I said, the general populace to experiment and create on their own, and out comes new seed companies, or out come new breeds, or out come new genetics. That's the whole game, and that's the whole, I guess, goal in life, right? Is to create and recreate and continue to create. That's why we have, normal life of reproduction. It's always constantly improving. And by us constantly creating, we're constantly improving the genetic lines, as well as constantly improving our medicine, as well as constantly improving and pushing forward the industry. Because you know what? Just like I said, so we're going to let the pharmaceutical companies, and we're going to let all these bigwig guys on the back end, they're all going to come in, whether we like it or not. Big tobacco, big alcohol, they're all going to come in. We don't have a choice. That's going to be there. They have too much money. But if we can be ahead of them by the creating and recreating by the seeds that we provide, it gives us as a community and as general patrons a leg up, so to speak, on what they're going to push us or give us, or say this medicine is deemed better than the medicine that you grow that you know is way better, but they're going to tell you, no, yours isn't anywhere near as good as ours. Yours is way better. But on the inside, no. I've had mine tested. I know what the end result looked like. I know what the compound is. I know that this is high in CBD. I know that this works for what I have. And I know that the stuff that you're pushing on me does nothing. And it won't do anything for me. And that's the cool part about genetics, is it allows us, I guess, that platform that they're going to always chase. But by all of you guys actually popping seeds and actually recreating, pushing forward, making new genetics, making new strains from strains that we provide, that's what's going to keep the industry moving forward, and that's going to keep us ahead of big tobacco and big alcohol and big pharmaceutical. So that's the cool part about genetics, is we can kind of control it, I guess you could say. We're not playing God, we're not playing Mother Nature, not at all, but you can experiment. Just like they do in a lab, just like you do in high school, just like you do growing up, just like you do normally every day when you plant something in your yard to see how it grows, whether it's a tomato, a hydrangea, or, it could be anything, a rose bush. The fact that you're growing it and pushing it forward is what the actual breeder of those roses, or that apricot tree, or that cherry tree, or that tomato plant. That's what that guy spends his whole life doing, is making seeds and making plants so everybody can enjoy it. And that's their goal, is for everybody to enjoy it. But for some reason, the government tells us that, yes, you guys all can enjoy it, and we know it works, and you guys all know it works, but you can't have it. So what we're all going to do is we're going to take these seeds, and we're going to take these genetics, and we're going to continue to push the boundary, and we're going to continue to show them that, you know what? We're going to create better stuff. We're going to make better stuff. And no matter what you do, is we're always going to have better medicine than the stuff that you push us or give us. Now, How does one create? It's pretty simple. It's a matter of growing. How does one recreate? That takes a lot of work and effort and time. Most of the time, why would one recreate something unless they enjoyed it? Obviously, they truly enjoy it, so why wouldn't you try to your best to recreate everything that you want? That's going to take you a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of space. Most people don't have that, which is why most people jump real quick to clones. And they'll go and buy a clone and be like, well, this doesn't have any issues. Why would I buy your seeds opposed to getting a clone when I could just have the plant and the genetic? Well, you're right. You can grab a clone. You can buy a clone, and it does work. That's how I started. The good part about it all is you have the genetic that you want. The downfall is you also have issues that the person might have or might not have had prior to you. That's why we always suggest seeds are very good. That's why we always push the seed boundary of things and the seeds to people, is because you don't start with another person's problem. And I don't know about any of you guys, but I'm a huge fan of not starting with other people's problems. I don't like other people's problems. See? Everybody's like, yeah, that's true. Nobody wants to have somebody else's issue that's now affecting your issue or now affecting your life or grow or your garden. But that's what can happen. And that's what does happen a lot of the time. And most of the time, it's like those unsuspecting people, too. Oh, no, I got it from my friend. His garden looked great and amazing. Well, yeah, but he gave you that one plant, that one clone that ended up having that one bad issue. And guess what? Your whole garden's now ruined. I mean, it happens with seeds, too, but you're putting less into the seeds than you are buying all the clones or doing the clones. And then you have all your clones. At least from seed, you start fresh. That's why we push a seed to sale industry. That's why we push that kind of industry, because you can guarantee from seed. Because in the normal agriculture industry, it's always from seed. Very little do they start from clone and then go. It's always from seed on out. So that's why we're a huge fan of allowing everybody the access to seeds, because you can grow something that has no pests. You can grow something that has no predetermined condition. You're not getting surprised by botrytis. You're not getting surprised with, mites. You're not getting surprised with any issues. You're working from the bottom up. And the cool part is you have something that nobody else now has, which is kind of neat. Because in the world of weed, as I like to call it, having something that stands out, something that's unique, and something that nobody else has is what seems to be, again, pushing the industry forward. But by you guys all out there buying seeds from us and recreating, that's what, once again, is what pushes the industry forward. And it forces people like me to then have to realize that, either get those type of clones and genetics or work with them or similar. And that's the whole thing, is it keeps us on our toes as well by you guys constantly pushing the boundary and you guys constantly forcing us as breeders, us as geneticists, to stay on our toes and to stay with the current times and make sure that everybody gets exactly what they want, when they want it, and how they want it. Because accessibility is crucial. Because you know what? If there's only 3 places that have one thing that works for you, it kind of makes you feel a little bit in a position, right? Makes you feel a little awkward. It makes you feel worried, because what happens if they run out? What happens if you can't get there? Or what happens if they close? Let's be honest. Well, now the medicine that works for you is gone. And what are you supposed to do now? You're supposed to try to find something else. You're supposed to go somewhere else. You're supposed to do your due diligence, right? But if you were able to actually grow that right there, and it costs you almost nothing to do it, it would be easier for you. It would make more sense for you. It would make more sense to just allow all of us to grow, to allow all of us to do exactly that. Fill our backyards up, fill our gardens up, and enjoy our medication that we grew for ourselves. And that makes sense. All of it makes sense. Having the accessibility is what's crucial about all of this whole thing. Accessibility. And they don't give it to us. So we have to create it for ourselves. So if you guys all grow it for yourself, You just created the accessibility for yourself and for your fellow patient and patron and dispensary. So my whole thing to everybody is do your due diligence. Just grow as much as you can, as often as you can. Yeah, because you know what? It helps everybody. It does. It pushes us forward. Because in the end, they're not going to be able to get us all. They're not going to be able to get us all. They're not. See, you guys are like, got a point. But banding together, growing for one another. That was the whole premise of Prop 215 originally, was collective gardens. So the actual patients combined together to grow for one another, for each other. And that's how it should be no matter what. But it even shouldn't be that. It should be everybody should be able to grow for themselves, period. It doesn't matter if you're a patient or not. Let's be blunt. I've seen this go from where the Bush-Ashcroft era was, when they came after us like we were the cartels. Like they came after my friends and they came after people that I knew that owned dispensaries like it was, I mean, they were killing people, robbing people, AK-47s, oh my gosh, oh my, right? None of this stuff even happened. None of this stuff is even true. They smashed people's doors in. They ripped people's lives apart. They ruined people's lives because of what? Because they didn't agree with pot? Because they didn't agree with pot. So that gave them a right to just smash everything and take and ruin people's lives. Yet there's people out there that legitimately are ruining people's lives, causing mass ruckus to people, causing horrible harm to people. But for some reason, us patients, I mean, if you look around, look how diverse we are. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are. We all have the same thing in common. Medical marijuana works for us. Medical marijuana changed our life or helps change our life, helps make day-to-day stuff easier, helps make day-to-day life a little more simpler. But yet the government doesn't agree with that. But again, I'm here to talk about seeds and genetics, not the government. So anyways, I would say do your best to grow as much as you can, guys. Like, I'm serious about that. Grow as much as you can, you know, because like I said, the more we grow, the less that they have to take. Because we'll get them no matter what, you know. All right. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, we could just take some, a little bit longer Q&A. Have some questions. Oh, hey, awesome. Okay, for the first-time grower, I mean, you know, it definitely can be a little bit more difficult because you have to understand patience. That's the most important thing and the most crucial thing that I try to stress to everybody is patience. Patience in growing. The reason why I express that is because we're not Mother Nature and you're not Mother Nature. So you're not going to be able to get the plant to grow faster. You can't put something in the water that's going to make it change and going to go faster and grow like no tomorrow. That's not going to happen. So my advice to new people is take the time to just be patient with it and realize that growing from seed, you have a little bit more leeway because for the first month of the seed's life and the plant's life, you don't have to really do anything but just give it some water. So it's a little bit easier. But it does change after that because then you have the flowering time and cloning and all of that extenuating circumstances. The difference, though, again, like I said, is if you do get clones, you could be inheriting somebody else's issue. Now, again, I also, like I said, I started from clones. I might not have mentioned that. So I started actually from selling clones. That's how I started before I did my seeds. In 2004, I had what was dubbed Swerve's Cuts. And we sold numerous amounts of clones throughout Southern California for 2 years. And then we started our seed company because other seed companies got some of the genetics that we were putting out. So that's the only thing is why I say seeds are great, because you don't inherit other people's issues. Then again, you can also take a clone, put it in a pot, veg it for 4 days and go 12-12, and in 2 months you have medicine. So, you know, it can vary. But I would just say patience and just take the time. Slow.
I have a quick question. Would you recommend sunlight or no? Regular sunlight growing outside in a garden, or would you recommend growing it inside?
Oh, well, you can't really beat the huge metal halide in the sky. So it's really hard to beat outdoor. The growth and nature in general. Now, in terms of quality, indoor is going to have that completely and utterly beat. In terms of cleanliness, indoor as well. The reason why I say that, if the grower and gardener is on point and very much so cares about their product and quality, indoor you'll have absolutely pristine bud. Outdoor, you don't know really what's in the wind. That's the truth. The wind blows. Dust, mites, bugs, particles of God only knows what. It can get stuck in a bud, and as the bud's growing, it can grow into the inside of the bud. So yeah, I mean, but outdoor is awesome.
Now, for a final question, I just wanted to ask, I think you've mentioned this before, but how important is like purified water for medicine? Or is it, like, are you worried about metals going into the...
Well, the good part is we live in LA, so we have astronomically horrible water. I mean, if you guys like fluoride and chlorine, woo, we got it. Your pH would run between 7 and 8 over here, usually on the 8 side of the fence, which is more alkaline. So it's, you know, I was a huge staunch person for the longest of time where I was like, it shouldn't really matter. But then we run pure RO right now, and it doesn't really matter. I hate to say it, but it doesn't. You know what matters? The amount of nutrients that you use. So really, you can grow just the same with actual tap water. You can grow just the same with RO water. You can, if you take the time to just pay attention to your plants, the water really shouldn't matter. It's just obviously you got to do your math and your mathematics and do your subtraction, because LA is like 270 parts per million. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy. God only knows what that is. No idea. Got a guy back there. He's right there. Gentleman right there. Oh, thank you.
Hi, thanks for being here. What do you think about these short plants that produce just as many colas as these big old plants?
I give kudos to the gardener. Are you talking about like a autoflower, or are you more or less talking about like somebody that actually knows how to prune properly and bonsai and do actual training? I find it awesome. I love training plants. This one thing that I think is amazing about the cannabis plant is it can grow anywhere, and it will grow to the light no matter how you put it. You could grow it horizontally. You could start the stalk of the plant over there, put a net a foot off the table, and train the entire plant the entire way to the end of this table, the whole thing, and the whole plant will only be this tall from the top of the table, because you can control it. So I definitely love bonsaiing plants. I definitely love LSTing plants. I definitely love the amount of tops that you could get from cannabis. Yeah, the more tops, the better. The better the yield, the more tops. The bigger the root, the bigger the mass. The bigger the plant, the bigger the bud. The more pruning, the more bud. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Truly, thank you.
He inspired me. I'm going to go home and get my own clones and seeds now. So thank you very much, Edward. We're going to take a really quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to go and start the how to start and run a legal cannabis business. So we have so many little booths out here in the courtyard, and we also have the Crystal Cult coffee. So enjoy some of that for a moment, and then, yeah, we'll be back in a little bit.
sorriso venivo dal vento rapito e incominciavo a volare nel cielo infinito. Volare, oh, cantare, oh, nel blu dipinto di blu, felice di stare lassù. E volavo, volavo felice più in alto del sole ed ancora più su, mentre il mondo pian piano spariva lontano laggiù. Una musica dolce suonava soltanto per me. Volare, oh, cantare, oh, nel blu dipinto di blu, felice di stare lassù. Ma tutti i sogni nell'alba svaniscono perché quando tramonta la luna ti porta pensieri. Ma io continuo a sognare negli occhi tuoi belli, che sono blu come un cielo trapunto di stelle. Volare, oh, cantare, oh, nel blu degli occhi tuoi blu, felice di stare qua giù. E continuo a volare felice più in alto del sole ed ancora più su, mentre il mondo pian piano scompare negli occhi tuoi blu. La tua voce è una musica dolce che suona per me. Volare, oh, cantare, oh, nel blu degli occhi tuoi blu, felice di stare qua giù, nel blu degli occhi tuoi blu, felice di stare qua giù con me.
Today we have a Volkswagen salesperson in studio. His name is Clarence, and he says you can get great deals on 2016 Jetta, Tiguan, and Passat models right now during the Volkswagen Model Year-End Clearance event. Clarence, isn't it clear? Clarence is shaking his head no. Looks like they're making room for the 2017 models by offering these limited time deals. Clarence is giving a thumbs up. Clarence loves the Clarence event. He just gave 2 thumbs up. Well, whatever you want to call it. Don't miss out on the deals at the Volkswagen Model Year-End event now at your local VW dealer. Event ends soon, so hurry in.
Drum roll, please. Introducing a new taco, inspired by the original and loaded with more of everything you love. Presenting the Del Taco, with more seasoned beef and more hand-grated cheddar cheese. It's more of everything you love in a bigger, crunchy shell. Try the Del Taco. It's unfreshing believable. Price and participation may vary.
It's almost like you have, right? I like
Okay, in about 3 minutes, we're going to start how to start and run a legal cannabis business. So if you need to pee, do it now.
Okay, everybody, we are going to start how to start and run a legal cannabis business in the next 2 minutes. So if you want to start coming into the auditorium now. Also, don't forget that we have raffle tickets for sale. We'll be giving away a raffle prize. So if you'd like to purchase now, you could potentially win something worth a lot of money. Also, we have t-shirts for sale up front with our lovely ladies. And again, 2 minutes to how to start and run a legal cannabis business.
Sorry.
That's okay, you're allowed to ramble.
No, do you want to start here, or do you want to come from here?
Yeah.
Hi. On my finger in my mouth. Oh wait, are we doing a raffle right now? Yeah, let's do a raffle. Are we? Okay. So we have a right. We keep having these short breaks. It's just to keep you guys on your feet, you know? Gotta keep you guys awake with this coffee. Just gotta keep it going. But he's gonna be back in a second. We're gonna do one more raffle, and then we're gonna start our next panel. And it's going to be wonderful. How is everyone doing today? You guys look very, very asleep. It's daytime. I'm in drag. It's hard. I know we're not, no one's drunk. There's no music. I get it. Serious moment. I understand, but there's some laughter. There's some laughter. That's what I like to hear. All right. We have another prize from the MedMen, and this one is worth $150, and there's an 8th voucher, a pipe, a grinder, and accessories included, which you're going to have to pick up off location at MedMen because of the contents. Alicia? There is no last name. Oh, okay. Karma points. Her and Will. You and Will. You guys regifted your things. Good on you. I think it's Kaneli or it's Kareli. No, I'll read the number. 624-8020. Nah. 624-8020. Okay. Sean ONG. Is that you? Yay! I'm horrible at pronouncing things. I'm so sorry. But here is this. Do you want this? Work. And then there's this. Awesome. Okay, so as we've heard throughout today, there are so many barriers to entry with constantly evolving laws, regulations, and bans. You have to keep up daily with what's happening with the laws on a city, state, and federal level. In our business panel today, moderated by Ms. Jackie Subik of Women Grow LA, she's going to give us an inside look at the things you need to successfully run a dispensary, keeping it compliant and safe, and how to navigate the future with both medical and recreational marijuana. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Jackie Subik.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming. I want to take a second and just do a special shout out to Amanda and the amazing team that she's put together. This was a lot of work, and let's give Amanda and her team a big hand. So I've got a really good panel together. I'm really excited about this today. I'm going to take a minute and let them introduce themselves to you. So we're going to start here with Jeffrey Welsh.
Thanks, Jackie, and thank you to the City of West Hollywood and panelists. Excited to be up here. My name is Jeff Welsh. I am a co-founder of the Frontera Group. We have 4 separate entities, all of which are exclusively dedicated to growing cannabis businesses. The anchor entity is the Frontera Law Group. The law group focuses on corporate formation, administration, licensing, essentially anything that any cannabis business would need on to operate on a daily level, or a daily basis rather. We also have an advisory entity which helps our clients get local licenses which they need prior to 2018. I also head up the entertainment division, which focuses on improving the national perception of the cannabis industry through the creation of original content as well as through sponsorships. We also have an accounting division which helps our cannabis, which helps our clients, deal with all of the messy accounting issues that they have to deal with both at a federal and state level.
Thank you again, Jackie. My name is Mike Garcia, and I'm the co-founder of Betty Chronic. So Betty Chronic specializes in organic, raw, vegan, cannabis-infused energy bars, and they're mainly used by athletes and health-conscious individuals who are just looking for a healthy alternative in the edible space.
My name's Alicia Safias, and I am in charge of branding and marketing for Yummy Karma. We're an edibles company best known for our potato chips, and we also do a lot of products geared toward women, and that's how I got involved with Women Grow. But I have a TV and marketing background, so anyone who has branding questions or marketing questions, hopefully I'll be able to answer some of those questions today.
My name is Adam Bierman. I'm the CEO of MedMen. We're a management company and a capital firm. We're headquartered in Culver City. We happen to have an asset that we manage here in West Hollywood.
Great.
By
thank
asset,
you.
I mean a dispensary. So all the stuff you guys have my finance hat on. But so we run a dispensary down the street here on Santa Monica Boulevard. For those that haven't been, come check it out. We're pretty proud of it.
Great, thank you. And I'm Jackie Subek. I'm from Women Grow, Los Angeles. We are a networking group that gets together once a month right here across the park at the Abbey. And if you're interested in coming to one of our events and learning more about the cannabis industry, we have a table outside too, so please sign up on our mail list. So thanks, let's get started. So I'm going to start here with Jeff. I want to talk a little bit about getting a cannabis business started and take a deeper dive into it. So what are some of the very first things that you need to think about as it relates to both legal and business to sort of become compliant and hopefully one day become successful in this sort of highly regulated or really soon to be highly regulated economy?
Sure. So to preface this, typically this is part of sort of a 2-hour consultation that we give our clients. So I'm going to try and give you the crash course in a minute here. 5 main points to remember. First, you need your corporate structure. Okay, your corporate structure has to be patient-based, a patient-based entity. We form all of our clients as California Consumer Cooperative Corporations for a multitude of reasons that I'm not going to go into right now because that's sort of a half an hour sidetrack. It has to be a patient-based entity that is operating not for profit. This is one of the biggest misconceptions about the industry. The vast majority of the industry are formed as true nonprofit organizations, which doesn't make sense, again, for a multitude of reasons, but that's another half an hour sidetrack. So this is an operational requirement, not a structural requirement. You do not have to be structured as a true nonprofit in order to be a cannabis business in California. Okay, so number one, group of patients. Number two, operating not-for-profit. Number three, distributing in a closed loop. Again, another longer sidebar, so I'm not going to delve too far into that right now. But those three main points again, group of patients operating not-for-profit, distributing in a closed loop. We have a lot of people asking, well, how is it possible for these cannabis companies, these distribution companies, to be distributing all across the state in hundreds of dispensaries? They're just doing it. Is the answer. There's frankly, most of them are not operating with any sort of legal backing to do that. They're just willing to be at the tip of the spear and willing to take that risk. What we deal with a lot for our clients is balancing that tightrope of building brand equity and brand awareness within the state while simultaneously protecting yourself as much as possible from legal repercussions. There's no easy solution there. Frankly, it is a business decision, and how risk averse the people who are ultimately making those decisions really are. Okay, so those are your first three requirements. That's a structural requirement. The fourth requirement right now for businesses is the local license process. Under MCRSA, you have to have a local license. You have to be in good standing is the actual phrase with your local municipality before you can actually apply for a state license. So without a local license under the medical rubric, not the recreational rubric, not the recreational initiative being voted on in November, you need a local license or a conditional use permit, or frankly, potentially just a letter of good standing from your local municipality where your business is operating in. That is the fourth requirement. And the last requirement will be, beginning on January 1st, begin accepting applications for a state license. So keep those 5 points in mind. Again, group of patients operating not-for-profit, distributing in a closed loop. You need that municipal, the local license before you can apply for a state license in 2018. Again, that's the really short version. I'll be available afterwards, happy to give you my card and have a more meaningful discussion, but I want to make sure that we have plenty of time for everyone here.
Great. There's a lot of people in this industry that have come from outside industries. There are those who've been in it a long time, but many are coming in new. And Mike, you and Betty have put together a business with Betty Chronic. And how have you found your niche? And have you been able to bring those skill sets from other industries into this world?
Oh, absolutely. Before going into this, I knew nothing about cannabis. I'd never even smoked cannabis. So I spent 12 years in the United States Army. I'm a former military leader, and I spent a majority of my time in operations, nutrition, and food service compliance. So when I came into this space, I said, hey, what is it that I already know, and how can I apply those skill sets into this industry? So it just made sense for me to go into edibles. So when you talk about finding your niche, when I did my customer discovery and I started going into all these dispensaries, I saw there was a void. There wasn't really a healthy alternative for the health-conscious patient. And I've been eating a 100% plant-based diet since 2011, so I said, hey, I understand vegan foods. There's a need for these foods, so I'm just gonna make one. And that's how we found our niche. And now we service over a dozen dispensaries here in the state of California with our organic plant-based edibles.
Adam, you guys run a lot of dispensaries around town. What challenges do you encounter given the current regulations, and what could the cities do better for you? What things do you need from local regulations that you maybe aren't getting right now?
Well, right now they're actually, I would say it's the opposite. I would say that there is no real local regulation that is impeding our business. So we don't really have rules to work within. And so for us, we're always proponent of rules because it makes it easier to plan, right? Because we're making a very long-term play and planning for the next 10 years. So, I think when you hear a story like this gentleman here, and, God bless his soul, because, entrepreneurship is what, really has created and continues to sustain this country, right? And so kudos to you to having the balls to, go do that. And to Jeffrey's point, like, you're doing that and you're doing it in the gray, right? At the end of the day. And so I think we're at this inflection point now on the heels of, the on the heels of the medical program officially starting January 1, 2018. Hopefully everybody here goes and votes in November, and we could pass and legalize recreational marijuana this November. And we have 2 programs running in parallel with each other, over the next couple of years. But for us, there's really nothing that gets in our way. Unfortunately, the people that we count on are, risking, and I wouldn't say anymore, maybe, risking going to jail the way that maybe 10 years ago we were when we were playing this game. But you do have risk, right? You do have exposure every time you get in a car with your edibles to go deliver them around town, around Southern California. There is some exposure, at least, to those being taken, right? So we welcome the day that there are more rules and regulations about, specifically transportation. And to Jeff's point, people that are distributing around California are doing so with a lot of exposure. So for us, we welcome more. There isn't much. There's a ton of regulations on us as the dispensary operators once it shows up in my door, right? So once it's within our walls, then there's a lot of oversight. I mean, we have to have full-time compliance people just to stay up with it. But those people that are making our stores go, I think the store down here in on Santa Monica, I think we have now up to 800 SKUs in that store. I don't know if there's a store in California that has more. I mean, it's pretty significant, but that means, I don't know if we have 100, vendors or 150 different companies that distribute to us, whatever that number is. Those people are still taking risks to come show up, which allows us to be in business. So I don't think there's any impediment for us, but there's a huge impediment and barrier for those people that are supplying us.
Well, so compliancy also folds into packaging, right, Alicia? And a lot of times people's first impressions of a product are based on its packaging. And there's been a lot of packaging laws and regulations that have come around. How do you balance compliancy and packaging with marketing to customers so that they feel compelled to buy your product, safe to buy your product? How do you work that out?
Well, there's definitely a fine line, and it's definitely something we have 7 lawyers for. And if you're trying to do it without a lawyer, don't. So I have an example of our packaging here. We kind of took the initiative. We wanted to be the most compliant edible company in California. That was kind of the goal that we sat down with. And so we went to areas that have the highest regulations. We spoke with lawyers like Jeff, and, we kind of modeled ourselves after, what's the most difficult dispensary to get in California, what's the strictest, and then what do they require, and we kind of built it around that. Of course, me coming from the marketing background, I want to make sure that their patients are going to be attracted to our product also. So if it's completely medicinal and it's not something I'm going to see on the shelf as a recreational user and want to pick up, there's a fine line there. So you do have to be careful, but we did, this in and of itself is kind of simple, but when you put it out with all different colors, you kind of see a product line, and then you say, oh, what's that? So that's kind of where we were headed with that, but you constantly have to be asking questions. A great thing that I learned early on is if you are coming from a manufacturing side of things, or if you are developing a product, who is the person, when you think of one person that's buying your product, try to narrow that down. So who are you targeting? And don't just say, everyone is going to be a customer of our product, because that's hopefully true, but you need to really target your market. So we kind of targeted women, and then the men followed, which was great. So keep in mind who your target audience is, try to hone in on that, and make sure you are compliant so that if a store that's very strict calls and says we want your product, that you'll be able to have it on the shelf and not have to put them in the hot seat if you're not being compliant. So it's a responsibility issue too.
Definitely. Mike, what do you have to say on that? Because you also battle with packaging compliancy, right?
I agree with her totally, 100%. I like the old saying goes, there's riches in the niches. So when she's talking about tackling that Whole Foods market, you want to create products that are familiar to the consumer. So when they're going into a dispensary for the first time and they see something like Yummy Karma, they're like, hey, I'm already buying sriracha potato chips at Whole Foods. I'm more willing to try this product.
Adam, in your shops, do you choose products based on packaging, or not just only packaging, but does that play make an impact on your decision to carry SKUs?
Well, I think that we're at a place now where we're getting much more corporate than that. So I think, maybe and it changes every month, right? But I think we're getting to a place now where we have the tools to really treat this like just a traditional retail business. So we're selecting, we're selecting SKUs based on real data. It's not based on, one of our buyers thinks it looks good. It's based on how it's performing compared to, other competitors within that same, niche, if that's the word. So we're really using big data kind of analysis to look at this over regions, over a state, or even, bigger than that. So I think something important to kind of mention as you have this discussion, there's people here that have made an effort on their Saturday to come, listen about, to some yahoos talk about how to get into like the cannabis businesses. I mean, our stories are old, right? And so I think that, the Frontera guys are kind of, they're dealing with everybody new, right? Which is great, and they probably can talk about it more than we can, but our stories are old. Like, we got into this business when it wasn't what it is today. And if you guys are looking to get in this business, it certainly won't be what it is today by the time you get in. So I think that the real questions that you should be asking if you're looking to get into the space, are what does this industry look like by the time I get in, and what do I have to do to have a chance, to carve out a niche for myself? Because in my opinion, the days of, a startup edible company are coming to an end. I think that, the days of people running around with cowboy shops saying, I'm going to open a dispensary are coming to an end. How many people here think that they're interested in opening a pot shop or a dispensary? 2 people. How many people here think that they're interested in, getting in on the edible side of things? How many people are interested on the cultivation side or the grow side of things? A lot of growers. Right, so look, like on the grow side of things, which is most of the audience, at least those that raise their hand, 5-6 years ago, you get a couple buddies together and you go pop up, a grow in some warehouse that some guy was willing to rent to you at 3 times market, and you start to build up a bankroll, right? I mean, that was happening 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. If you're looking to get into the grow game now, that's not happening, because there are no landlords that'll rent to you, because the regulations are stricter and they have to be Prop D compliant, and the landlords and their brokers know this. And so if there's a Prop D compliant space in the city of Los Angeles, if that's what we're talking about, it's probably gone. And if it's available, it's too expensive, and your opportunity to get into the game is so much more difficult than it was at that time, that I don't know if that's possible anymore for people in California to get in the grow game like that, right? The way it was 5 years ago. Now, the flip side is 5 years ago we get into the grow game, maybe it costs us a lot less money, but maybe we also get thrown in jail, right? So, that's the inflection that's happening. For the 2 people that raise their hands about opening shops, like 5 years ago, I opened my first pot shop. I still have it. I have it framed for $13,000. That's what it cost us. It was in Marina Del Rey. It was called the Treehouse on Washington Boulevard. I should have just kept that thing and just lived with my bicycle, and that would be that. Like 250 square feet upstairs. But it was $13,000. The last pot shop that we opened was really the West Hollywood shop. I think all in we're at $5.5 million of what we spent in that place so far. So that's, you know what I mean? It's a whole different ball game. So I think that the real questions that should be asked by entrepreneurs, who I commend, right? Because entrepreneurship is where it's at with all of this, is, where can you play? Where are the opportunities for today, right? He mentioned MRSA, which goes into effect January 1, 2018. Like, what do you have to do so you can play in that new game? And I think that there is opportunity for entrepreneurs, and I think there will be billion-dollar companies built by people like the people in this room that started in their basement and had an idea, but it's a much different outlook, I think, than what the discussion has been for so long, which is, oh, I'm going to be a big-time grower. Oh, I'm going to be the guy that owns all the shops. Like, those days are probably done. What are you going to do special? Are you going to go make the cannabis-infused sriracha with some special, formulation that nobody else can figure out? You're going to go sell it to the big boys? Like, how are you going to go create something so special that the guys that are in the game that have that, capacity are going to go buy you, going to go hire you, going to go license your stuff? I think that is the future for entrepreneurs, and I think that that's what the conversation should be headed towards, especially as we go into rec and as we go into MRSA.
Jackie, if I can just follow up on that briefly. Specific to packaging initially, we have a lot of clients, both new clients and existing clients. As you're fleshing out your brand and brand identity, something to stay away from are things that are appealing to children at all in your packaging. Bright colors, cartoons, things like that. Just wanted to touch on that point very briefly. And to Adam's point, I agree wholeheartedly that focus on what you're good at and really hone in on that. We have clients that come in with these mind maps of literally dozens of projects they want to spin off. Meanwhile, they're not focused on the one thing that they should be doing right now to ensure that they get a local license prior to 2018. So hone in on what you're good at and focus on that. This market is becoming more competitive with every day that passes, and I just wanted to sort of focus on those 2 points as well.
Yeah, it's definitely true. Let's see a show of hands of how many people in the room are from other businesses, non-cannabis businesses, but are thinking about getting in. There you go. All right, so there's a lot to learn, and I just look at this event compared to how it was last year, and it's just, and not just the event, but the industry, right? It is a different industry than it was a year ago, and next year will be a different industry as well. So I think that being able to stay on top of those things is very, very important. And I agree with Alicia, have lawyers. I mean, not that we all like lawyers, but we all got to have them.
Not all terrible.
No, we don't get along ever. In fact, when we first designed these, we had for the ranch, we had little pictures of like a seasoning shaker. And the lawyers were like, there was even on the sour cream and onion, we had a little drawing of an onion, and the lawyers were like, no pictures. So the cannabis leaf is all we could get away with. So you won't always agree with the lawyers. But I wanted to add something to what Adam said about knowing kind of your audience and knowing what you can be good at. If there are people out there who want to get into edibles now, I know a lot of people have approached me about that, you can still do it. I mean, I don't want it to sound like doom and gloom. There is still opportunity. We started in suites, and one thing that was great about club owners, once in a while, they'll let you just kind of sit in the back of the shop and just view patients' buying habits, so to speak. I saw that when a patient would get up to the front, they'd have $5 left and say, what else can I get? And I was like, how about a $5 edible? So that's how this was born. And they also asked for savories, and that was the same thing. So I think that if you know what will still work in this market, that you can get in now. So I don't want to discourage anyone out there, but it is difficult. And, we have been doing it for a long time. So you're kind of starting from a couple steps back, but it's possible. Jeff will tell you that.
Absolutely, and I think on the $5 edible, I think that's a really good point, because low-dose edibles.
Yes.
Right.
Microdosing.
Microdosing. We were just talking about that outside. How if the product is actually too good, you want to have a lot of it. And so, how do you package those things up together so that someone isn't taking and consuming too many milligrams for themselves? And that comes down to low-dose edibles, microdosing, and $5 bags, basically.
Yes, and we just recently took the tear notch out of our package. We talked about child friendly. Those are things you want to think about. And microdosing too, we have the Ziploc on our bags. So people can just eat a few chips, and think about that. You don't want to design something that somebody has to eat the whole thing, because that's not what we're in the business for.
Great. So I wanted to shift the focus a little bit, and let's move on to the future. Because as we now have discussed, things are going to change. They're changing every day. This is an evolving business, seriously the fastest growing potentially at least in the United States right now. Jeff, you and I have talked a lot about outside industries, entertainment, media, advertising, those sort of things. Right now, the biggest challenge, as we all know, is the stigma. And we're all trying to help and do our part to move past that stigma and to get people to understand that it's okay, right? And quell their fears. So assuming that all happens, which I think that we will see, how do you see other businesses folding into cannabis?
Sure. So I guess, 2 parts. First on the content side of things. I look at cannabis content, and I'm really talking about mostly original content here. There are companies, obviously, like Viceland, that they're not producing original content. They do a fantastic job, but they are really telling news. So when I'm talking about content, I'm talking about creating original stories about the cannabis industry, right? And there's usually 2 spectrums. There's sort of 2 extreme spectrums. On one side, you have your traditional stoner comedies and things that are entertaining but are very low on the educational value or provide 0 educational value. the other side of the spectrum, it's pure education and very little entertainment value. So what we're focusing on, where we can, I really think, move the industry forward as a whole and get new people that aren't currently in this room to sort of embrace what the cannabis industry can be, is start creating content that's educational and entertaining. And we're Netflix is going to have a really good opportunity to do this. They have a new show coming out starring Kathy Bates. I'm sure most people have maybe heard of it right now, right? It's about a woman that owns a Los Angeles cannabis dispensary. I had an opportunity to talk to the executive producer of that show, and he's out doing market research right now, and he really wants to do it the right way. So we're really going to depend on groups like that on the content side, right, to help really move that ball forward and actually educate people that otherwise wouldn't want to consume that type of information. The other side of the entertainment industry that we focus on is on sponsorships, right? And the best comparison and most obvious is alcohol, right? Our entire community is completely numb and doesn't even probably realize it when we're watching a sporting game, and within 30 seconds we're seeing some type of ad, alcohol ad, whether it is, actually being worn on the players' jerseys or whether it is, a commercial. We are absolutely inundated with alcohol ads, and frankly, the public has become numb to this type of advertisement. And despite the fact that alcohol is way, way, way more deadly, I know I'm preaching to the choir there, compared to the cannabis industry. There's one small example of a cannabis company in Colorado airing a cannabis ad that doesn't even include people consuming it all, and the FCC threatened to shut down this small public television station in Colorado just for airing something that was cannabis related, right? So really the goal on the entertainment side for us is to help get sponsorships in front of more of a national audience. We were able to do that in January. One of the large technology companies in our space, we got them on HBO. For the first time ever, a cannabis company was aired on HBO in front of 1.4 million people were tuned in to watch a boxing match on HBO, right? So that was the first time that any cannabis company, to my understanding, had any type of national exposure. We recently closed another deal between Rock Nation and another cannabis company, again, on improving perception, but more than improving perception, frankly, just getting it in front of people that don't typically see this type of stuff, because whether we like it or not, the reality is a large part of the perception is going to change when people don't see it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, when people start seeing cannabis advertisements for the 20th time, right, and starts to really normalize in their head. So that is certainly the focus, and that's where I think, certainly the focus of our entertainment side is really headed, and I think that can really do great things for the industry at a national level.
Alicia, when you're thinking about the future, and you want to get your product on the shelves at Trader Joe's or Whole Foods or anywhere, what are things that you think about?
Well, I certainly think about who I'm targeting, and I spoke to that a little bit. But I think you have to kind of, again, take a step back and go to the stores that you hope to be in. I spend a lot of time staring at the chip aisle at grocery stores, and I know people laugh at me, but I just study it because I can see these chips there someday, and, I kind of envision what that would look like and how the packaging would change while still being responsible. And I think that we all hope that we're headed there someday. So normalizing it, I talked a lot about speaking to women because they do make a lot of the health decisions for their family. And, we all know about the medicinal benefits. So our tinctures, for example, are geared toward women. And it's something that soccer moms feel comfortable with. And I think that that's where we need to get, where mothers and family friends and parents are able to see this and say, yeah, I could see myself doing that. Instead of popping a couple of Advil, I could see putting a couple drops of your tincture into my soda or wherever at a soccer game. And so our products need to speak that way but still be responsible, and that's where Jeff comes in, because I'll have all the ideas, and then people like Jeff will hone them in and say, no, you can only do this much. Yeah. But I think there is a good balance, and we all need each other. And this is the best industry. I know we've all been in other industries in our lives, but this one really speaks to teamwork. And I think that I would love one of you guys out there to make another potato chip, just so that a collective owner would say, oh yeah, I need to carry 3 brands of potato chips. We want competition. We need that, and I think that will eventually normalize the industry.
Adam, when you're thinking about the future, we are looking at the possibility of adult use marijuana here in California. How do you balance being able to serve your medical patients and look forward to what is probably going to be you getting inundated with recreational patients? What are you guys thinking about as to how to make that balance in your world? Or aren't you?
Well, I mean, I think that it's very fair to expect that the recreational program in California will roll out not unlike the recreational programs that have rolled out preceding it. States seem to follow each other and learn from and get better than the last one that did it. And so, you know, I would anticipate that you'll have dual programs. You'll have a medical program, a rec program. I'll also anticipate, I would guess, that when they're all done with it, that you'll be purchasing it from the same location, would be my guess. And so, you know, for us, I mean, I'm looking 5 years out. You know, the way that I look at this industry is I think 5 years out you have what I call nutraceutical side of the industry, which is our current medical, in air quotes, side of the industry. You have, you know, rec, which people think of as, you know, me walking into a place to buy a joint to go get high on a Thursday night. And then you have medical, which is your doctor, you know, prescribes you, you know, whatever it is that you go pick up at Walgreens that happens to have cannabis inside of it. So I think that that's what we're preparing for. And in preparing for that, it's really about building a brand that has equity, for us at least, across the pharmaceutical and recreational side. I think that, I guess, mistakes that I see being made by people that don't share the same understanding that I have, doesn't mean they're wrong. They might be completely right and I might be wrong. But in my opinion today, I can say I think the mistakes being made by some folks is they create a brand that is very medical, look and feel. I don't think there's much of a play for that in the future, just because I think that what they're going for will end up being serviced by the pharmaceutical industry. It's got a lot of publicity. GW Pharmaceuticals is a pharmaceutical company out of the UK that makes cannabis-derived pharmaceutical products. I don't know if everybody knows that we're just so back-asswards in the US that, you know, you can't go into Walgreens and get, you know, cannabis-based or derived pharmaceutical, but you can in most other first world countries by now, right? So that's how backwards we are. But GW Pharmaceuticals is in the US. They got approved by the FDA to run a clinical trial. It's going very well, and it looks like that product will be, you know, in Walgreens and CVS, you know, sometimes in the next 1, 2, 3 years, right? And everybody will follow suit. You have all the big pharma players that will be producing medical, you know, marijuana. So I think that a mistake people make is they will make these potato chips, right? And, you know, these potato chips, first time I've looked at them, right? This is a fun brand. You know, it speaks to a specific audience. This can survive this kind of a brand for me, right? Because whether you're walking in and buying it for recreational purposes or walking into that same store, not paying as much tax and buying it for, let's call it, nutraceutical purposes, this speaks to you, right? But if this looked like, you know, a baggie I would get when I walked into CVS because I had some horrible illness and, you know, it looks super sterile and medical and just not the kind of thing that's fun and I want to buy, like, I don't know why somebody would go there, right? Because who's going to buy a potato chip that looks like, you know, a diuretic pill or something like that? So, you know, I think that that's, you know, when you talk about preparing for it, I think it's just really understanding when we use the word medical, we're just using that word because what the U.S. looks at or Western, you know, countries look at as medical doesn't exist yet here, right? But it will very, very shortly, shorter than anybody probably even recognizes. So I think preparing for rec is really just about building brands that a, you know, working professional would find appealing if they walked in and they wanted to buy, you know, something to get high, and also, you know, somebody that has a real, you know, nutraceutical purpose or need for it. You talked about soccer moms and, you know, Advil, like a replacement for Advil, something that you don't need a prescription for, but it still needs to, you know, it still needs to be a brand that speaks to those people.
So, Mike, you and I spend a lot of time talking about ethics. And it just sometimes it seems like people in this industry, not everybody, has a difficult time being honest and being transparent. Do you think this is going to be a defining characteristic going forward for cannabis businesses? And what would you say to new companies about business ethics?
So this is my absolute favorite topic. So, excuse me. When you think about business ethics, you want to implement those into your business foundations on day one. Because there's a lot of talk of the green rush, right? That you can make a lot of money in this industry. But if you go at it from that aspect, you're not going to build a company that's sustainable. You're going to build a company that has low turnover rates, low morale, and a unit that is more monetarily driven than mission driven. So the next opportunity that pays them more money, they're going to jump ship. So you want to think about, what are your guiding principles? What is your moral code? And what do you value? And how can you implement that into your mission statement and how you do business? Because integrity should be at the forefront of that value set. Because with integrity, that means you're doing things that are honest, and that's how you get repeat business. And that's how you get good word of mouth, and that's how you build brand loyalty over time.
And it's how you help break the stigma as well.
True.
So I just want to touch a little bit on community, because here we are today with the City of West Hollywood sponsoring this event, getting in front of cannabis, and they're big into community, and I think communities are really important as it relates to cannabis businesses. And I thought maybe we could just go down the table. Adam, we'll start with you, and just give us your thoughts on what you think cannabis businesses can do for their community to be upstanding members of the community, and maybe what kinds of things you may be doing now or are thinking about doing.
So what's interesting about this business in California specifically, because everybody here's in Cali, is that all of the programs that we'll be rolling out in the near term will defer to local municipalities, which is really interesting. I mean, there are some industries that act that way. There are some industries that don't. There are very few industries that are as regulated as ours. So in very few industries, it doesn't matter as much. I don't know if I said that too fast, but I hope it made sense. So, you know, what's interesting here is, you know, the state of California is going to give out licenses for people to, you know, manufacture these potato chips. But they're only going to give out licenses to people who have permission to do so by whatever local municipality they're currently operating in, right? So they're deferring to the locals. So I think community is super important. I mean, look, like I keep saying, it's Saturday. You guys are here. It's Saturday. I'm here. Right? And, you know, I'm here because we have, you know, a vested interest in being here, because, you know, we have a big investment here, and because we want to stay and we want to flourish here. And, you know, from a business standpoint, because I think that was the question, it's business oriented, it's even more important to participate in the community with this industry, probably than any other that I understand, at least in California, because it's through the City of West Hollywood that we'll have the ability to continue to run this shop and expand the shop and use this shop to service recreational customers as well as medical patients as those programs roll out. But that means we've got to work with the city. That means they have to see the value in what we're doing. That means that events like this have to be successful, which I believe this one has been. That means that we have to give back and help improve the community, which we do. And I think there's a lot of lip service to that with a lot of businesses that claim to have strong ethics and this and that, just in traditional business. But it's just that, it's lip service, right? In cannabis, it's real, right? If your local, you know, government, your local municipality isn't supporting you, you don't have a business. So I think it's super important from the government side that there's that relationship and there's that effort. And, you know, the government, right, is driven by the community. Because at the end of the day, you know, people have to be elected to government, right? And they're elected by people. And so, you know, what relationship do you have with the people of the community that are going to, you know, be influencing how the local government, you know, deals with you and your business? So I think it's tremendously important, and I think it will continue to be.
I think all of us have had a personal experience just with somebody who maybe doesn't understand cannabis, and you talk to them for 5 minutes, or you put them in a seat here and they listen for 5 minutes and they're like, oh, I kind of get it. And I think that we're all taking on that responsibility, and that's what we're doing with politicians right now too. And locally, we go to city council meetings, we go to planning commission meetings, we call them, we say, hey, can we talk to you? I know that there is some risk in that, and Adam talked about that, but we want to pay taxes. We want to help our local communities. We want to be involved. We want to be a real business, and we just need them to let us do that. So we have to let them know that we're in it for the right reasons. When we started Yummy Karma, we had a little square space, and we're an all-female company, and we all walked in, we all put on hairnets, we all put on booties and gloves before, you know, there aren't regulations, unfortunately. We can't have an inspector come in and say, this is what you need to do. So we watched YouTube videos, and we hired consultants, and we learned how, you have to walk in the solution before you walk in the building. And those are things that when now we're applying for permits and licenses, they said, oh, wow, can we come and look at your operation? Oh, wow, you guys are like a real company. We're like, yes, we are a real company. And so once they see that, once the community can see that, I think they'll feel more comfortable, and it falls on all of us to be the responsible ones.
Mike, you want to talk about the community, what you guys do?
Oh, yes. So when it comes to community, our target market is folks who do physical activities or involved in fitness. So we host events such as yoga events where you can come in, consume cannabis, and hit the yoga mat for an hour. And what that does is it changes perception around the cannabis community. It changes the stigma. It's no longer just a stoner market. This is actually a plant-based medicine that has therapeutical benefits and nutritional value. So you young entrepreneurs that are coming in here, that's what you want to think about. How is it that you can change the current stigma? And then how is it that you can give back to the community based on whatever product or service you're providing?
Really just going to be tagging on to points that have already been made, but to Alicia's point, operationally, you have the opportunity as a business to set the standard, to set the precedent. There's not a lot of precedent, legal or social or otherwise, in our industry. We're setting precedent on a daily basis. So you can set precedent operationally, and then regulators potentially are looking to you as to what to do, right? And then from an internal core value level, to Mike's point earlier, operate with integrity. Do what you say you're going to do. Don't do what you say you're not going to do. And frankly, there's lots of room for success. The pie is so big in this industry that there's no need to really be ultra competitive yet. Again, to Alicia's point earlier, she would like seeing other potato chip brands, because frankly, that means that's going to bring out the best in everyone, right? And when the corporate sharks really get in the tank, then we know that we'll be here together, and we know that we have this core of people that really want to do right by the industry, and we have a chance to really sort of set a new precedent here as it relates to how we treat women, how we treat minorities in business, that can't be overstated, that we have an opportunity to do this right, and we really should focus on that as our collective community core value.
That's great, thank you. So we're running a little bit out of time, but we have a few minutes for some questions. So do we have any questions in the audience? Who has the mic?
Hi, thank you very much for putting this program on. And I saw the hands raised, so I know a number of people here are interested in going into business, and we know that people are going to be required to get licenses and permits. So actually, I'm an attorney, and I wanted to tell people something I just recently learned that they should know. There is something called AB 26, and it's
AB 266, which became part of MRSA.
Oh, no, this is something different. No, this is something different. It's AB 26. And it's going to require people who want to be in the cannabis industry to get continuing education, much as attorneys do and other people do. But, and it actually was introduced back in 2014. But in June of this year, they added a provision, I think it's subsection F, that says, there are now existing rules that if you have a felony conviction, you can't get a license or a permit. But this says if you have had a fine or any kind of sanction related to commercial cultivation, and how can we have had commercial cultivation, right? Because Prop 215 has been not-for-profit. So I think they mean if you've gotten money from anything from growing marijuana, that if you've been sanctioned in any way, that includes fines, but it can include other things. You also will not be eligible to participate. So before...
Is there a question?
Yeah, no. You know what? Does anybody mind if I give you this legal information instead of asking a question?
Actually, we only have a couple minutes, and I would love to be able to have the audience ask some questions.
They made sure that people who are against Prop 64 couldn't tell you the bad news about what you're looking at.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And if you could, keep your questions short, please. Thank you.
Hi, this message is to Jeffrey and actually Adam. Prop 54, how does it affect like the black neighborhood? How do you see the businesses? Because you mentioned, you know, you need, well, for your last business, this much million to get a business going. So how do you both kind of see this affecting the black neighborhood?
Adam, you want to go first?
Why? Because I'm more controversial than you? You could go first.
No problem. So Prop 64, you know, what I would recommend is to get involved, like to Adam's point earlier, get involved in local government, right? That's the only way you're actually going to be able to effectuate change. The reality of corporate interests coming in are inevitable, and we have to strike that balance. So my recommendation in that area would be get involved in local government and educate them, because these are people that don't know what cannabis is and what the benefits are, both from a social, you know, and financial level. So, you know, a lot of it is yet to be determined under the recreational rules. Of course, you're not going to be required to get a local license, but that doesn't prevent local municipalities from banning cannabis altogether. So really, you're going to be likely need to be in a municipality that regulates for medical in order to even have a shot at recreational, right? So that would be to keep it short, it would just be stay active, get involved, and educate as much as possible. It's a grassroots from the ground up. We need everyone's help.
Okay, so are we done, or do we have time? Oh, all right.
You guys want to
Okay.
hear? You want to hear my answer to that?
Oh,
I mean,
please.
I can't
I'm sorry,
do it.
Adam. It was addressed to you too.
I can't do it in 30 seconds, though.
It's all you.
So
Well.
is it better to do it with just me and her?
Just do it. Just do it, and we'll wrap up after that.
So, I mean, this is a hot button topic now, right? We did an interview about this yesterday with an African American publication, right? And they wanted to talk about it. We talked for like an hour about it. So it is real, right? So let's just address what it is, right? It's real, right? The drug wars disproportionately impacted black and brown people, you know, over the course of its life in an extremely negative way, right? People go to jail, people get criminal records, then they can't get jobs, and it is a cycle that they can't get out of, right? So that is what it is. So I think there's two pieces of this, right? The first piece is, you know, marijuana is decriminalized in the state of California, right? One. Two, now hopefully we will all vote and we will pass, you know, adult use recreational marijuana in November. Two. Cool. So now what happens? Well, now what happens on one end is, you know, those neighborhoods, if you have big time drug dealers, it's harder for them to stay in business, right? Because the more access that there is, the less demand there is. Why do people want to buy illegal drugs when they can go buy it lawfully and be protected, right? So, you know, those people that go into jail, hopefully those numbers go down. Now, if somebody still wants to try to be a drug kingpin, even in the face of all this, they still have that exposure. And my guess is black and brown people will be more inclined to try to be those drug kingpins and will still be disproportionately imprisoned, right, for committing crimes. All that's the social justice piece, right? And you can go talk about the social justice. Now we're in this panel talking about business, right? So now you have the social justice side, and now you have the, you know, commercial side. Commercial side's a commercial side. And this conversation yesterday, is this being like live streamed?
It is.
Okay, so I won't curse. But you know, it is on TV. But it's West Hollywood. It's like liberal.
Still on
Okay.
TV.
The rules don't apply here.
So you know, you have the commercial side of things, and on the commercial side of things, look, business is business, right? So we can sit here and we can be naive and complain, or we can just understand exactly what it is. So to Jeff's point, which is a good point, but I'll elaborate in a more controversial fashion, right? So the point is that commercial is commercial. So yeah, who has most of the wealth and power in this country? Old white people, right? Old white men. So that is what it is, right? So we can be naive and put our heads in the sand and say, well, it doesn't matter what we do. We go into a grocery store, we go into a casino, we go into wherever it is, we go into a city council hall, right? Who runs most places and who has the most power is, you know, old white men. And, you know, so we're not going to change that today, right? But if you want to talk about community, specifically black communities here and around Los Angeles, you just have to look at what went on in Oakland. Look what went on in Oakland. Who knows what went on in Oakland? They created a new program there, right? And their medical marijuana program, there actually is a certain percentage of those licenses that have to go to people that were in prison because of a drug crime or got convicted of a drug crime that are local to that community, right? How did that get done? Who lobbied to get that done? So to Jeff's point, you know, and to the point earlier about community and how important it is to be in community here, you know, you're in a community, a black community here in South Los Angeles, you know, go talk to whoever runs that community. Hey, we need to go write these rules for ourselves. The nice point about this is California is going to defer to us, right? California is going to defer to that community, that local municipality, and how they want stuff done.
That's not true.
Well, all right, so on that note, I'm going to cut this short now and say thank you, everybody. I want to thank my panel. Everybody will be available after, so please feel free to go talk to them. Thank you.
She was yelling at Jeff.
Thank you, guys. So we're going to take one more quick break, and then when we come back from break, we're going to go into people of color in cannabis. So go ahead and go to the courtroom or the court area if you would like. We have the coffee and the tea by Crystal Cult, and the goodies are from Mad Men. Mad Men. Whatever. Yeah. Y'all can't hear shit.
5-minute warning. Just letting everybody know. 5 more minutes. And we still got the raffle. We got 4 raffles coming up right now. And then we still have 7 more raffles as well. So everyone, thank you.
Hi again, everyone. We are about to start our next panel of the people of color in cannabis. But first, I would like to say sorry about that little outbreak that just happened. We're trying to spread education and love. We're not trying to start fights. We're just trying to have a little forum and teach. That's what we're trying to do. No, we're not trying to start drama and all that. So with that being said, we're going to do a couple more. We're going to do some raffles, and we're going to give away a bunch of really cool shit. Okay.
Who wants to win a raffle prize? Go inside and see if your ticket's a winner.
Why the fuck is her microphone louder than mine? Yeah, the green ones. No, we're doing it. We're gonna do the red ones at the end because those are the door prizes, and everyone. It's just, yeah, it's an educational forum. That's all. Okay. Well. I don't even really know what to say. I know, wrong queen. Not on today, please. Thank you. Well, okay, our first raffle prize is from High Brand, and it's a $100 value bag. It comes with CBD balm, CBD water, a t-shirt, and some hemp capsules. We didn't do anything. She's been sitting. Okay. Well, thank you. Well, you are not very good at your job because you just told us you were spying. Real spies don't tell us that they're spies. I'm just saying. But the winner of the first raffle goes to Karen E. Karen, the end of the ticket is 6248075. Karen. Going once, going twice. Okay. Our next one, Will. Will Wick. This is the third prize Will has won. Yeah, he's wonderful. Will's a great guy. Okay. Will again. Will is on a winning spree, so if he's single, I mean, apparently he's winning. Okay, Tim Serta. Tim Serta? No? Tim going once, going twice? Veronica Joseph? Yay, Veronica! You won the $100 gift bag from High Brand. Congratulations. Our next one is from Green Payment Solutions. It's a free credit card, terminal placement, and free processing for the first 3 months. And that is Bill Horvath. He's not here? Okay. Another Bill Horvath again. These are awfully put together tickets. Huh? Okay. This one I can't read, but the number is 6248064. 6248064. It's M. Inglestead. M. Inglestead. No? Okay. Must be present. Dawn S. Dawn? Yay. Yes, like Stana Carone. Yes, there you go. Awesome. The next is a 420 goodie bag with added goodies from Care. It's about $100, non-medicated. Maddie A. Okay. Well, congratulations, Matt. And then, oh wait, are we giving away two from High Brand? Okay, cool. From the High Brand. And then And we are going to start. Felix? Yes, no? Okay. Yes. Candy? No? 8018? Yes, no? All right. Someone will win, I promise. Marilyn, or no, I'm sorry, Marlon Medrano. Oh yes, you win again. The high brand, another high brand gift bag. Yeah. We'll come to you in a moment. Yes. Everyone, they're the same names of the people that aren't here. Oh my goodness. Allison. There's no last name on it, but it's for Allison. No? I feel like a little robot. I'm just like calling everyone's name. Aldo? Aldo? No? Okay. Just gonna grab a bunch. Tracy? Tracy K? Yeah. All right. Whew. I'm not even putting these back in there. Just bad. All right. There you go. You're very welcome. Okay. So our next panel is about the people of color in cannabis. We've touched down briefly about this earlier with Lynn and a bunch of the other people we've had speaking today, but cannabis prohibition has caused untold harm throughout communities in the U.S., including the breakup of families, restriction of food and shelter to vulnerable residents, and of course the worst, which is police brutality. The war on drugs has been an assault primarily on people of color, and reform cannot afford to ignore that fact. Communities of color have been the greatest impacted, and it's wrong on so many levels. As California moves towards the end of Prohibition, communities of color have began developing strategies for dismantling over a century of racially motivated propaganda. And here to lead this much-needed conversation is the beautiful Felicia Carbajal.
Hello, everyone. My name is Felicia Carbajal, and I help produce this panel. A little bit about me. I'm an activist. I'm a medical marijuana patient. I'm Latinx. If people don't know what that means, that just means that I'm LGBT, and I'm also Latina. I'm also somebody who 20 years ago is proud to say that my job as a baby lesbian in San Francisco and in the Bay Area was to take large bags of weed from Berkeley to San Francisco. It's the truth. It's part of why I'm here, because I'm here to honor that 20 years that we've had of medical marijuana, the 20 years that were brought about by communities like this. One other thing that most people don't know about me, but my core value as a human being is equality. And because of that, I'm really excited to be in this space and to be able to thank the amazing city of West Hollywood for not only hosting today, but being a truly empowering community that allows these kinds of spaces and this kind of dialogue to occur. Yeah. Like we don't get that a lot, so I'm very, very thankful that this community in particular wants to celebrate the shared history between the LGBT community and the cannabis community in particular. So as I'm a member of all of these beautiful communities that make up the tapestry of not just this city, but of Los Angeles, I'm so grateful to leaders like Amanda who work diligently to make this space. So, as a longtime activist in both communities, I got to get married in 2008, so I am a longtime activist. I'm also somebody who passes for white. I'm also somebody who arguably passes for straight. Maybe not today, but some days I do. And by all accounts, I'm somebody who passes for a non-cannabis patient. And because of that reason, I'm really asking you to listen to my brothers and sisters who are going to be here to share their voice. Because part of the reality is that people of color in this space need your support now more than ever. We need the support of everyone in this community to be able to help us usher a better space for ourselves. And, you know, because I'm a little bit of a revolutionary who does pass, I know that I'm asking you guys, in the spirit of my brother, Harvey Milk, to, you know, we're here to recruit you. So I'm excited that you will listen to our panelists because we truly are here to recruit you. Thank you. Are they coming? Oh, sorry. So I'm going to introduce everyone to you. So they're going to tell you why they're here and why they're so special to be able to speak. But our first is Dr. Brandy Cross. She is a PhD from the Pot Lab, and she's going to be helping us moderate this space. The next person that we have is Fanny Guzman. She is the co-founder of Latinos for Cannabis and my soul sister. The next person we have is Virgil Grant. If you don't know his name, please remember it because he's a part of history, everyone. He's also the co-founder of California Minority Alliance and an amazing, amazing man. And the last panelist that we have is Ophelia Chong. She is the founder of Stockpot Images and one of the baddest activists I know, and I'm very privileged to be able to call her my newly found friend. So I hope you enjoy and you take heart to everything that is being said in this space, and primarily because, like the introduction said, the people who've been sitting here, we have been marginalized the most. We have been impacted the most. So we're calling upon the community as a whole to please come and support us. Thank you. Oh.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Brandy Cross of the Pot Lab and Smart Farm Research Group. I am a recent graduate of the Johns Hopkins Medical School. I have a PhD in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology. I'm proud to be a cannabis patient for mild autism. I am Afro-Indigenous, in case anyone's wondering. I usually get that question. So I'm basically American. I graduated in 2013 with my PhD. I was a AAAS scholar, the Biophysical Society scholar, a JHU alumni scholar, the Thomas Kelly scholar, and the Johns Hopkins Rising Star 2013. I do molecular biophysics research on THCA and other plants that can interact with the cannabinoid system. I've spent over 30 days at both Occupy Wall Street, Occupy DC, and Occupy Philly and Occupy Baltimore as a street medic. I've also spent my last, we're on day 40 now, so my last 40 days at the Black Lives Matters encampment at the Los Angeles City Hall, where they're decolonizing Los Angeles City Hall, which has led to not only conversations on anti-blackness, but transphobia and other social constructs that are tearing our world apart. I'm honored to be here to moderate this conversation on people of color and cannabis, and I'm next to some of my, I guess not mentors yet, but some people I really look up to. So I'd like to start with Ophelia.
Hi. Not related to Tommy, so don't ask me to introduce you to him because I don't even know him. So my last name is Chong. I'm mostly Chinese. There's some debate on what else I am a few generations back. So there could be something else in there. I can get high off a wrapper. I am the founder of Stockpot Images. The reason I started is because my sister has scleroderma. So she's very ill, about 80 pounds, and so we started her on cannabis, but both of us had no idea what to do with her. And as she was ingesting, I was looking at her. She's about 80 pounds, doesn't have much hair, and I thought, that does not look like a stoner. So what I did was I created Stockpot to create images of real users, of real people. Because if you look now on any other stock agencies, there are these stereotypical images that African Americans, LGBT have lived with for hundreds of years of what a stereotypical person looks like. So right now, we've been around for about 15 months. I have over 170 photographers, over about 14,000 images of everything from seed to harvest to edibles, science, drone, video, everything. African Americans, military vets, women, seniors, little old ladies with growing in the yard. And the difference between our images and a stock images is that everyone's a real user and every photographer touches the plant. And so I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much, everyone. And I think we'll move on. Virgil.
Hi, my name is Virgil Grant. I wear a few hats. Founding member of GLACA, Greater Los Angeles Caregivers Alliance. I'm on the board of Cultivators of Alliance. I'm a co-founder of California Minority Alliance. I'm an owner-operator. First was a patient advocate for many years. Owner-operator of several collectives in the city of Los Angeles, pre-ICO, Prop D compliant. I also helped draft regulations. I was on the committee that helped draft the ICO that was implemented in 2007 and actually finalized in 2011. Industry since the very beginning. I'm one of the oldest collective owners in the history of this business, the first collective owner south of the 10 freeway in the history of this business. There is not too much about this industry I don't know, and I am going to be sitting on a panel to reform and help redo Proposition D, which has so many different flaws. So that's kind of where I come from. And I'm also a consultant as well with California Cannabis Consulting Group.
Hi, everyone. My name is Fanny Guzman. And first of all, I just want to really thank you guys, because I don't think you guys understand how epic this really is. I really want to thank the city of West Hollywood for providing the space and opening up the space to really have our voices heard. We're gonna be talking about how this war on drug really has affected our communities, and I really look forward to opening up some minds and perhaps enlightening you guys with what the real struggles are, because this is something that a lot of people don't want to talk about because it's uncomfortable. And it's not until we start talking about it that changes happen. I am a co-founder of Latinos for Cannabis. I'm a lifelong California resident, so cannabis to me comes as second nature. I first started recreationally, of course, and the medical use came after, or I recognized it as medical use after, especially after being able to help my brother. I have a brother with a really serious condition, and he was in the hospital at one point with morphine, and the doctors had already told my mom about hospice, which is, no hope left. My mother is a very religious woman by tradition and very faithful. But seeing her son like that, she gave cannabis an option, a try. And let me tell you, it's been amazing to see UCLA doctors, professionals, the best medical team, be astounded by his progress. I'm happy to say that we are beating the odds every day. And with that passion, I saw the need in our own community to educate our community. Because we do come from a traditional background where herbs are just part of our culture. And so through Latinos for Cannabis, we were able to bridge language barriers that existed. So we do educational in-home orientations, and I'm just really honored to be with such a great panel here. It's amazing. Thank you, Felicia.
And with that, we'll start with the first question. The war on drugs has been called the new Jim Crow. How would you respond to that characterization? And we can start with Virgil.
I can respond to that with me doing 6 years in federal prison for owning and operating medical cannabis facilities in the city of Los Angeles, licensed and registered, Prop D compliant, and following all the rules and regulations. So I can respond to that directly. I was indicted in 2008 for owning my facilities, and I didn't have a legal defense in federal court because I couldn't use the terminology medicine, couldn't use medical cannabis as a defense in federal court. So I was just convicted as a common drug dealer. And this was back in the early days when we had a lot of federal intervention within the industry. We were being harassed by the federal government a lot, you know, and our response to that was civil disobedience. If you were raided, you reopened. So I was raided, I reopened. This came after the 11 raids in Hollywood and West Hollywood on Santa Monica and Sunset. I was raided 4 months later. No one got arrested or was in prison in those raids in West Hollywood and on Santa Monica and Sunset. Me, I'm in South Central Compton. I'm in a different area, south of the 10 freeway. So my raids come 4 months later and do as everybody else does and reopen. I get raided again and the indictment comes. So, and I'm just not one of the only stories in the city that I grew up in. Cannabis on a criminal aspect has affected my community greatly. And so to see things change into the direction that it's going in now is definitely going in a positive direction. So is in reference to the Jim Crow, yes, I understand it very well.
The next question is for Ophelia, but anyone can address the questions if they have more to add. How is the objectification of women in the cannabis industry put...
Fanny wanted to
add
something to that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on the Jim Crow. The Jim Crow characterization is very relevant in these times. With the war on drugs, it has caused mass incarceration for possession. Felons are permanently regulated. They're permanently regulated as a second class. That means that they're denied the right to vote. They are legally discriminated against for housing, employment, access to education, and public benefits. Very similar to how grandparents and great-grandparents faced during the era.
So moving to the next question, how has the objectification of women in the cannabis industry put us back and created an ingrained perception in our industry?
Okay, at Stockpot Images, there's only one rule to all my photographers. And that rule is that we do not have any images that objectify women, because we have a chance now. We're building this foundation, and we can set the rules. We can set the rules, everything we want to do. And my rule is that we do not objectify women. I do not have images of a woman. Oh, yeah. Bent over something, holding a joint. We all know those images. I mean, even if they're not cannabis images, they're images of women to sell things. And that's basically telling a woman that your body is the only thing that's going to make that buck. So at Stockpot, we do not do that. And the reason why we're doing that is there's multiple reasons, but I'm building a company that's going to be in this space, and we're the only one in this space now offering images for licensing. And if I say that's okay to the mainstream media, then they say, okay, let's, she says it's okay, they're totally cool with it, let's run with it. So we do not do that because we want to, it's not that we're just legitimizing our business, is that we have a chance now as women of color and just as women in general, that I'm not going to take off, well, not that you would want me in a bikini, but I'm not going to walk into a room with clients and say, I'm going to sell my body just so you buy my images, right? You're going to take me seriously. And my roster is probably 50-50 women. 50% women, 50% men. And I cannot disrespect that 50% by saying it's okay. So, yes, let's get rid of that look, because that's not where we're going to go. I do not want to see that to sell. I don't want to see a nug between someone's breasts. I do not want to, and that is what the market we're going towards. We're not going towards that market. We're beyond that. We're now past puberty. So, yeah, if they want that, you can just go online and I'm sure there's places you can go and get that really cheap, but that's not us. We're not going to do that. You're going to start a business, start it out right. And we're going to keep it that way because we're not going to fall back. So that's, you can have a really beautiful image of a woman vaping, but she doesn't have to be naked. Right. Thank you.
I'd like to speak towards that as well. As a male, I would say, maybe 75% of my employee population are women, more so than male. And I do enforce, proper attire at all of my facilities. So it's none of the risque or, inappropriate, because I run a medical cannabis facility. I don't run a pot shop. And I'm not one of those that run a pot shop. And I'm very firm on that. Always ran a strict and enforced strict rules and regulations. I self-regulated before there were any regulations into play. And so when it comes to women, I don't, and there are shops out there that love to have the women in the bikinis and stuff like that to sell product that just wasn't what I represented. Like I say, I represented medical cannabis. And so I made sure that every facet of my facility represented that, from advertisement to the representation when you walk into my shop. And as a cultivator, my personal opinion, women grow the best herb. Yeah. I mean, they just do. Majority of the herb that I've acquired for some of my facilities and some of the women that I had relationships as far as business and grow relationships with, they were a little bit more attentive and more caring to the product. So, big up to the women.
Yeah.
If you meet a man and he does not respect you, he's not going to respect religion, he's not going to respect people of color, he's not going to respect anything. If he thinks half the population should be on their knees, they're not going to be that kind of person who's going to respect anyone else on the spectrum. So, there you go. Thank you, Virgil.
Times are changing. and they're changing very fast, especially within the cannabis space. With that being said, more women are now taking a role. Historically speaking, women were more of the help role, trimming or very, very, very low risk. Now we're seeing women come out and be the faces of companies. 34% of women are active CEOs in the cannabis space. With that being said, as women, we need to take some responsibility and have some standards on how we're going to be portrayed in this space.
I think those comments are great, and particularly women of color are portrayed often. I've seen these images on Instagram where it's, bud in the boobs and then the head's cut off,
Yeah.
whereas white women are actually, their faces shown at least. And as a woman, a somewhat educated woman, I found it odd when I entered the cannabis space that I was expected to kind of act as a sexual figure when I went to school for so many years. And so it's great that people like you or like Ophelia are doing this. Changing the images. So this question is for Fanny, but I encourage everyone to chip in. How do we reach middle-aged minority voters, some of the most staunchly anti-cannabis voters?
Well, two things, education and engagement. People need to unlearn and relearn what has been taught for years of misinformation and propaganda. A lot of engagement is so important because a lot of people just want to come and take from the community, but they got to understand that they have to be involved with the community in giving back. And education is such a vital part. It does take a lot of work, as you can see. This is a free event, and when the seats should have been filled up, there's still some empty seats. So it is a tough road ahead, but that is the best way if you want long-term solutions and real solutions.
Yes, definitely education is very important. Civil engagement is a super important issue within the minority community. We lack so much of the information, and we don't get the information. The information doesn't circulate as frequently in other communities as it does the minority community. You can walk down the street right now and ask somebody in South Central or Compton or Watson, certain parts of LA, what is Prop 64, and they wouldn't have a clue. You could even ask them about the industry and where it's going, and the only thing they're going to tell you is what they saw on Channel 7 News 4, 5, or 6. Which a lot of that is misinformation. Just me being intimately involved in the industry, it's a lot of misinformation that's being put out there. So we have to seek more information, but people like myself, people of color, have to be a little more proactive within their communities and start circulating that information. Dealing with the older community, parts of our community, they're entrenched in religion and the churches, and it's kind of a tough sell. But at the end of the day, it's because they don't know. All they see is drugs that have ravished our communities, from any type of drug, you name it. So when the word drug pops up, it's automatically, no, we don't want it. So that's kind of been a struggle within the minority community, and being able to educate them, because there's a lot of closed minds, Reefer Madness was something that a lot of these older people grew up on. So they felt that that was true and it was real. Where the government said it was bad, so we're going to accept it as it is being bad. So with that being said, it's just going to take a lot more education, outreach, and for the young group, for the people who understand, people like myself and others in the community, to have town hall meetings, civil engagements throughout those communities to provide people with more education. Show them topicals, show them things that don't have to do with smoking, because that's the first thing that come in their mind. Oh, that weed and smoke and this and that, So show them topicals and other ways that cannabis can be applicable to their ailments, or to help maybe someone in their family who has issues, whatever they may be. So I think that's what's most important within the minority community.
There was a poll that just came out from the Institute of Governmental Studies, and it's the first time Asian Americans are now 57% in favor of legalization. I think it was 70% for African Americans. So we're moving forward. I think part of it too is the fact that there's so much media going on about how much money you can make. That is part of it too. So that brings the awareness to them that there's industry in this besides the usual news. That so-and-so is happening in Colorado. So this is, well, we don't even get into the licenses about Maryland, but this person making this much money, Sean Parker's money. So now it's on their radar and it's becoming something different. So part of it is money. So.
And I always find that interesting, since in Africa, the indigenous Americas, and in Asia, cannabis has always been a medicine, and it wasn't until colonialization and anti-black laws and anti-indigenous laws, that's why they call it even marijuana, which is very offensive to the Latinx and Chicanx community, that we are having now a problem with our own people understanding a plant is a plant is a plant, and that this is medicine from our ancestors. So that kind of leads into our next question, which is, why are people of color underrepresented in the Los Angeles marketplace?
In the city of Los Angeles, and there are three for the African American community back in the early days, and then of course when I was removed for 6 years, that voice wasn't there, and no one stepped up and took the lead. Now that I am back, the voice is being heard again. So I will make sure that I take this on as my responsibility to represent. But the reason why we are underrepresented is out of fear. Nobody wants to go to jail. Nobody wants to go to prison. Nobody wants to suffer what I suffered for 6 years. So with that being said, they didn't want to take those chances that we took in the early years to open up shops and provide a service for patients that needed it. So that's the reason we're underrepresented. And we didn't want to get involved, because who wants to go to jail? No one does, and definitely not us. The community, the statistics are is that 4 to 2, you have 4 African Americans that'll go to prison a lot longer versus 2 Caucasians for the same identical crime. And they'll 9 times out of 10 get probation, whereas the people of color will go to prison. There's no, probation is not even an option. Like for me, probation wasn't an option, and we threw that on the table, and it wasn't even looked at. So, no one wants to suffer that. So that's the reason why the minority community has not gotten involved back in the early days. And still it's some fear because of the gray areas within this industry. We still don't have a black and white situation. People don't realize right now in the city of Los Angeles that we have what we call a limited immunity ban. We're not even licensed. I mean, if we just, peel back the layers and let's call a spade, we don't have licenses in the city of Los Angeles. We have a limited immunity ban, which means we only have a legal defense if we're taken to court, which doesn't give us a lot of comfort. And so that's what we're trying to work out right now, is have a licensing system for the city of Los Angeles. So when people say I have a medical marijuana license and I'm an owner and operator, really, no, you don't. All you have is a tax registration certificate that says medical marijuana collect with limited immunity. That's it, and that's all. So until this becomes more of a black and white situation, you'll have people that are fearful to get involved in the industry.
So why don't we wrap up with a few words from everyone on how we're going to how drugs and become part of the cannabis industry. So I guess a salute.
I'll let you.
Back to education. One, we have to educate our working groups with our local officials. I am taking process. Don't know, but they're regulating us. They're, setting the rules for us. And we cannot let people who are uneducated set the rules for the educated. We have to set the rules for us. We understand how this industry operates from seed to sale, and we need to let them know that. And right now, the door is open. They're asking us for their help. Laurier Jacks, who has been appointed head of the regulatory system on a state level. She comes from ABC, Alcohol and Beverage, and she knows nothing about the cannabis industry. And she asked for our help to educate her. Our local city officials here in Los Angeles are asking the same thing. Get engaged. That's the best. Engage and help change the process.
I'm going to agree, Virgil. I'm going to one-up that. I think that, in general, America has the worst science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. And I think that if people knew more about plants in general, version helpful to most people. So that's all the time we have, but we want to encourage everyone. We will be here for a few moments after the panel to come up and ask questions. We look forward to speaking to all of you. And thank you to all.
Okay, guys, I think we're going to take one more quick break. And when we come back, we're going to do 7 tips to expand your messages or your businesses on social media. Yay! Thank you guys so much. What did you guys? Oh, go for it. Go for it. Houseplants cake. Nice to meet you.
Right? But cannabis is illegal, even though it's not toxic. You're talking about spice, which is not cannabis. Spice is a research chemical that's sprayed on tobacco or like oregano, and they smoke it on Skid Row. I know because I have an office down there where we do street medic stuff. And there's lots of houseless people that they can get that cheaper than weed. Yes. I think they call it K-12.
Yeah, that stuff is messy as fuck. It's messy.
It has nothing to do with cannabis, but they report it in the media as if it's.
They try to play it off on they try to play it off in the media as fake weed, but it's awful.
Culture to look at cannabis, but it's experimental, but it's not even related to cannabis. It's synthetic, like reconstruction of what they thought they could use for studying cells, actually in culture, and they won't even use it in animals anymore. It's ridiculous. It costs us so much money, but I used it before in my research studies. It's not related. They always say cannabis-like or marijuana-like chemical for spice. K-12, yeah. Well, basically what it is it's a fake cannabinoid, and it sticks to the receptor and it doesn't unbind. So normally THC will come and interact and then pop off. Interact, pop off. This is where I'm talking about like science education and stuff, because like all the drugs you take, like cocaine, anything you take, it binds to the receptor and it pops off. It's like, it doesn't just stick there, but these research chemicals stick there so we can study like long-term effects, but they don't work the same, as drugs per se. So it's totally like a synthetic chemical we use as modeling chemicals or research chemicals. Yeah, it's really interesting.
Let me take a picture with you real quick.
No, I do research on THCA.
Oh, no, you gotta put it on the picture. Sorry about that. It's on video record, my fault. Yeah, go just hit the top. Take about 2 of them.
I didn't bring any cards. No, but our website is thepotlab.org.
Thepotlab.org.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Ronald, so I'll be.
We do research on THCA, which is a non-psychoactive
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay.
Interesting
all right,
stuff on there.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if they do it correctly, but they do it. I've been working with several groups. I myself am in. Sure, sure. Okay. I know, it's really hard. And there's so many fly-by-night things going on. We're just celebrating our 3-year, and yeah, so we're more research-based, and we crowdfund for our research money. So we sell products that are in a gray area, like legal cannabis, because it's, like so many different things we had to take off for the FDA. So that's how we crowdfund our research. And we do THCA work, so we work with a lot of the kids getting CBD. They'll have 60% reduction in seizures or autism and stuff like that. We add THCA and get them to 100%, and that's what we work on. Yeah. That's what we do. We do clinical research, so yeah, it's really fun. What was your name again? Romy. Nice to meet you. Randy. Curtis, nice to meet you. Here. Yes, we're actually downtown.
5 minutes, just to let you know, 5-minute warning for the next. Okay, everybody, just to let everybody know, we got 5 minutes to the next raffle, and then we'll get everything started. Hold on. With 7 tips to expand your message or business on social media. That's 5 minutes, everybody. Bro. Why?
You're just tired.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I try to go outside your trees, one of them circle and yell at me like a real witch.
Yeah, like a real witch. It's good though.
Julie's gonna circle back around. Julie showed up and I was like, of course it's you.
Oh, thank goodness.
And she was like, that's usually the reaction. And then Patrick was like, everything's dumb. Inappropriately. And maintaining and attaining more power, whether good or bad, you start attracting different things, and you have to just remember that's part of just being in the position you're in. It sucks. It's terrible. And you deserve 12 joints and a drink after. It's happening. Are you coming to after party?
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. I just got that message. I had other plans already.
That's okay.
Tonight,
We're
so I was
gonna
like,
rate. My high school best friend and her husband, I've known them since I was 14, are with me. We're raging. I'm not gonna know my fucking name.
That's fair. I mean, this looks so. I like rolled up and I was like, shit. I wear jeans. Like,
No, that's good.
Right?
No, that's good. No, it's good. And the thing is it's like it's been a really good event with a lot of people. And no matter what's awesome is your shit's about to live air on TV, and then you'll have that stuff for you. And you look great. You're gonna be great. You're gonna kill it. Duh.
Testing.
A brief second, I was
All right, everybody. We're gonna start the next session right now. Clap if you hear me. There we go. All right, everybody. We're gonna start in about a minute, so we can. Not a problem. So take a seat, and we'll get it going. And we've got a couple raffles. So we're starting with a couple raffles, guys. Get out your stubs. You can only win if you're in here.
You girls have been here all day. I apologize ahead of time if the raffle takes long because a lot of people have left. Maybe you just. Oh, they are? Yeah. You should make them come inside and listen to Lindsay. Just saying. Exactly. No. That's what she was saying. Present and active. Yay. Oh, we have so many things. Okay. We'll go with this one first because there's a lot of money on it. Francis? Is the last number on your thing 8056? She's like, yay, I'm Francis, just kidding. Oh my God. There's me being a public speaker again. She won a $150 valued card to Green Soldiers Healers, 2 t-shirts, a $50 gift card, and a case with a glass pipe in it. Boom! Boom! Okay. Katie Bliss. Yeah, Katie. Katie, you are going to go home with one large 60 milliliter unit of vet CBD redeemable at MedMen. Yay. Oh my gosh, I kind of want this one. I low-key want this one. Rachel G. 1, 2, 3, Rachel G. Boop. She said, I'll be Rachel. Josh. It just says Josh. Nope. Josh. Tracy Can. Tracy. Boop. Hal Lewis. Hal Lewis, you gotta be in here for the gig. All right, 1, 2, 3, no. Robert Hensler. Yeah, Robert. You get this wonderful, it's a cannabis artwork that's outside. It's like super dope. Do you have your green one? Green one. Work. Congrats. It's okay. Candy? I think Candy left a while ago. What's safe to say? Kaylee G? Callie G? No? Okay. I'm so sorry. Vic Z? No? Maddie A? Hal, again, Hal Lewis, no? And Hal? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Maddie again, not in here. M. Inglewood? No one's last name? Okay. Hal. Really? Where's Hal? Where is Hal? Okay, that's like literally 6 in a row. You can call Hal. Okay, call Hal. Call Hal. He won Hemteak, 2 hats, 2 shirts from Hemteak. Whoop, whoop. Just grab one of them. They all say Hal. Okay, now that is done. Jeez Louise. Okay. Right, I'm so sorry, girl. Okay, so she is fluent in stoner culture, activism, and all things quirky. Our next speaker began her career working for an environmental nonprofit in 2006 And in 2015, she founded Refined Bud, which is a company dedicated to advancing conscious brands and companies specializing in the cannabis space. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lindsay. I can't pronounce her last name, I'm sorry.
My last name is Pesiconis, and so most people can't pronounce it. So we have a presentation for you guys. I have about 20 minutes. I like to maintain and be on schedule, so we're going to power through. So today you're going to learn 7 tips to expand your message or brand in the digital space. I began my work doing environmental organizing, and from there I've worked with a variety of different political campaigns, nonprofits, and cannabis businesses. And so I've been in the digital marketing space for quite a while, and now I get to do it for conscious cannabis brands, which is, you all are my favorite clients. And so I wanted to show this slide because this is what you're competing with online at any given minute. If you look at those numbers, that's a lot. Like 38,000 photos shared on Instagram in a minute. So just think about these numbers when you're thinking about your digital presence and where you want it to go. So why should cannabis brands care about social media? Why should advocates care about social media? Well, if you paid attention to the presentation that we had right before this, you heard a lot of really powerful messages about how we can change not only the stigma surrounding cannabis, but we can repeal and fix all of the issues and problems that we've had since the drug war was founded, right? So these are really powerful messages that we want to get across. But brands have similar stories. And so social media is a place where you can actually legitimize your cannabis brand. If any of you, would any of you feel comfortable getting your cannabis delivered from someone who didn't have any social media presence? It was just a random number. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads. So your digital space is a way that you can legitimize a product that has been viewed as illegitimate for a really long time. You can also, again, destigmatize cannabis. Listening to the panel, we heard all of those really important messages about talking about awareness and destigmatization and getting communities of color involved in this cannabis space because they've been most impacted by the drug war. That all needs to be talked about on a regular basis. If you talked about this repeatedly on your social channels, you would be able to change the conversation. So again, social media is a great space for cannabis. You just have to know how to use it to your benefit. So why should we use it, right? Like, what do we learn from social media other than how to make a selfie face, right? I worked in marriage equality for a very long time. And what we witnessed with marriage equality is as soon as you shift the conversation and you make it about you as part of a community, you change hearts and minds. And that was really the turning point that we had for marriage equality when people were coming out of the closet, not only to their friends and family and coworkers, but also out online. It made it much more difficult for people to say, I don't know gay people, because we're here. The same needs to be done for cannabis. We need to come out of the cannabis closet and talk about our use, whether it's medicinal or recreational, in a way that we're changing the conversation. So a lot of what we learned in marriage equality, we can apply now to cannabis. And then so that's for all of you advocates. Now, those of you who run cannabis businesses, why should you care? That top stat there, right? The 45% of buyers said that digital media, social media influenced their decision to buy. So if you're a cannabis brand, that's a large portion of your potential market making decisions online. If you aren't representing your brand in a way that is not only authentic to your audience, but interesting to them, they're going somewhere else. Because if your brand isn't online, if they can't find your message online, they're going somewhere else. Another really one to look at, which sort of combines with some legal caveats, is 60% of people who are on Facebook like a brand on Facebook because of promotions. And again, I mentioned the legal parameters here. That is one of the fastest ways you can get kicked off social media on Facebook and have your cannabis brand shut down is by blatantly promoting. So again, you need to know all of these things going into it. But that's where we get to tip number 1. Get online and do your research. Each of these social media channels has their own unique way to talk, their own language, their own core audience. You need to know where they are and whether or not they're your people. It takes a lot of work to update and maintain channels on social media, as you know if you have a family. You know, it's hard to see what Sally just did or, you know, like what my brother's posting online. It takes up a lot of our headspace. So that's where everyone is. So you want to know which channels are worth your time and your value. That's part of coming online. And then the second part to this is when we talk about the legal limitations, there are some channels that are much more acceptable to cannabis consumption. There are channels that actively kind of behind the scenes support cannabis consumption by removing videos very quickly. So if you don't know these type of things when you go into your markets, you're missing these other opportunities and you're presenting yourself with a lot of legal challenges. And so if I can reiterate this one more time, get online and do your research before you start posting. Now, how many of you have cannabis businesses? All right, do any of you know your target audience? Yes, okay, so very few of you. So your target audience is important because those are gonna be your bread and butter. Those are the people who like not only love your brand, but will post selfies of their product with you, right? Like they're your number 1 fans. Those people, if you don't know who they are, it doesn't matter what message you're trying to say or what you're trying to sell, they're not gonna find you. So part of being online and knowing and doing your research is knowing who your audience is ahead of time and then knowing what channel they're on. It's something like 74% of Pinterest are female users. If you are a cannabis brand dedicated to topicals, you want to be on Pinterest because that is your audience. So again, know your audience and do a little bit of your research. Tip number 3 is know how your content performs. Snapchat just came out, or Snapchat's been around for now about 2 years. And Instagram just came out with Instagram stories to directly compete with Snapchat. You know why? Because their content is doing well. They're getting numbers. They're on these channels, they all have different content that can perform better than others. So for instance, on Facebook, you have the live videos that you now see everywhere. And that is supported by Facebook. They want you to actively get out there and engage that way. So as you're growing your audience, you're starting to see and find what content interests them. If they start liking more of that content on your channels, you want to start giving them that, more and more of that same content. And I really like this cartoon, if you will, because it really solidifies, you want to have a plan, and you want to make sure that you're really doing your research first, because you don't want to post everything all at the same time. And this goes to our next slide, which is vary your content. So if you follow someone on all their social media channels, right, you will be spamming them, or they will be spamming you if they post the same content over and over and over again at the same exact time. So this goes back to knowing a little bit of your research. If you switch the days or post a live video about your new blog post or your new product, do an unboxing of your new product on one of the platforms that does really, really well with video, and then post a beautiful picture of it on Instagram. But it shouldn't be at the same time. Diversifying that content and allowing it to maximize its space on that audience is also really important. And when we talk about varying your content, you want to think about what value is it giving to your community. Again, we heard really powerful images or conversations and important messages in the panel before us. If those messages will resonate with your community, you want to share them in such a way that they will share it with their friends. That's a way for you to grow your audience and grow your reach of people engaging with your brand. So if you put time and effort and create good content in a variety of different ways, you're only helping yourself expand your core audience. Tip number 5 is knowing the best times to post. How many of you are night owls? Okay, I've got like a handful of you. What are you doing at 3 a.m.? Probably surfing social media, typing away, yeah. But there's not a lot going on social media at 3 a.m., and that's because that's not a target time. So if you're trying to reach mothers, or if you're trying to reach seniors or veterans, they're gonna be online at different times. These are the average times across platforms based on just the general businesses that are on social media. So it's going to change on your business, but these are the best times overall to be posting online. This is when these channels are most engaged. So you wanna make sure that you're posting a good variety of content that your audience is going to like on the right time, and it's like, you're golden. It's perfect social media. Oh, let's hit that, hang on. Know your best times. Be part of the community and the conversation. So again, the panel we heard before was really about talking about cannabis consumption in all sorts of communities, so that it's not just a black, white, or brown issue. Everybody is involved in the cannabis space. So to help expand those conversations, you have to be part of the community, and you have to make sure that the community is engaging with you. So when we're talking about being part of the conversation, it's about being authentic to that community. The online is its own unique community, it's its own space, it has its own conversations. And so you wanna make sure that you're delivering the content to them in a way that you're not beating them over the head with it, that again, it's providing them with some value. So if you can take anything away from, again, this other ridiculous cartoon, there is a good way to interact with your community and a bad way. If you're being authentic and engaging with them, you're naturally gonna build a better community who will want to come out and buy your product or your message, right? Which is, cannabis is amazing. Number 7, and we've discussed all of these different things. So knowing who your audience is, knowing the right channel, knowing the best content to post on that channel, all of these things ultimately lead up to this one, which is have a good content strategy. If you're an activist, you don't just go out on the street and start yelling. You come up with a plan. The same should be said for social media. All of us who are in this space are dedicated to the craft of changing the conversation around cannabis. It takes a lot of time and effort. If you don't want to feel burnt out every day, you want to spend some time away from your computer, disengaging and like spending time with your family or your animals, right? Like you don't want to be connected to your computer 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So don't do that by spending some time planning your social media ahead. If you use all the 6 tips prior to this one, this is a piece of cake. So that's the 7 tips to like really expand your business, your cannabis business, or your cannabis message online. Obviously, marijuana is the best medicine, but we have maybe 2 minutes, for a question. Any questions? Yes. Great question. Evergreen content is content that you can use over and over and over again. So it's not connected to a specific date. It's about like the best health benefits of cannabis or things that will be interesting at any point in time. And it's evergreen because you can share it every few weeks, every few months, depending on how well it does. Because your audience isn't going to be on your channel 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you can diversify content and reuse the stuff that performs the best. Yes.
And tagging people. I really find that part confusing when I'm trying to post a message and I want to tag somebody or hashtag. I mean,
great. Yes. So that would sort of fall into doing your research first online. And the challenge is that all these different platforms have different ways to help naturally expand your message so a larger audience sees that. And that can be done through a variety of ways, whether you're tagging people, whether it's in the image or on Facebook. But the real reason you want to tag people or pull other people into your content is because it naturally expands the amount of people that will see your content. Now, you don't want to do it in a spammy way, like don't go tag Weed Maps and Leafly and like Free Buds all the time, right? Because then you're just, again, spamming your community. But using those things that will naturally expand your audience definitely will go a long way without having to pay for audience reach or more engagement. Any other questions? Okay, one more.
Can you speak on pay-per-click advertising on Facebook?
Yes. Yes. Now, one of the things that you have to know about being a cannabis brand online is, again, for a lot of these channels, you are breaking their terms of agreement. And so you have to know this in a way because you need to be able to find creative ways to get around their legality so that you can utilize some of these paid services or that you can promote cannabis online if you do so in a way that you're not like blatantly throwing Facebook's rules in their face, right? No one likes that. Like the city of West Hollywood doesn't like it when you blatantly break the rules. So when it comes to paid for click advertising, if you're using a CBD product that has no THC in it, that it's derived from hemp, my recommendations would be that you make sure that any landing page it's being directed back to, or any of the writing on the headline does not mention cannabis at all. CBD is a great sort of like buzzword, but the one challenge with that buzzword is if you're outside of the cannabis space, you're not really going to see it. It's not going to resonate with you. So think of unique ways to sell your product. If it's for dogs or cats or humans, why would humans want to consume that product? And then start framing it that way. And as long as you don't have marijuana, cannabis, weed, anything sort of tagged in those headlines, you should be able to get around it. Yes, yes. Hemp is included, yeah. And again, it goes back to blatantly throwing the rules in their face. That's all the time we have, but thank you so much. I'll be around afterwards. You can always ask me questions or shoot me an email.
All right. Okay, so we're just gonna go right into our next thing, which is being an effective activist and an effective advocate. So it's 2016, and there's so much at stake right now for the cannabis community that we can't let this awful presidential election overshadow the conversations that we've been having. We want to challenge your understanding of what it really means to be an advocate for cannabis and introduce you to creative tactics and principles to take your work to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Chelsea Byers.
Hey y'all, I'm so excited to be joining you and for one of the last sessions of the day, so hang in there, we're almost through, and what a great day it's been, right? So I'm really excited to be talking to everyone today about one of my favorite topics, which is how to be a more effective advocate or activist. I come here with a lot of experience, which is what most people don't say when they look at me right away, but despite being 26 years old, I've been involved in advocacy work for almost a decade now. This comes as a student activist on my campus in northern Arizona. I ended up running our Democratic Party office in Coconino County through the 2014 midterm elections. So I have quite a bit of experience of organizing people through, the mainstream traditional ways of registering people to vote, getting them out there, educated how to lobby, taking people down to the Capitol to do that and have those big rallies. I'm also an anti-war activist, and I've worn that hat in a big way for the last about 7 years of my life. And that work looks a little bit different when we have the powers that be waging wars in all sorts of ways, which obviously here we're talking about the war on drugs specifically, but we know those intersections. We had an amazing panel where those intersections were lifted up in a big way. And my work as an anti-war activist is a little bit more of what drives me every day, this way of being able to stand up, shout at the powers that be, shout them down, challenge this in a creative, exciting way. So that work has looked a lot different than just registering voters. That work is a lot more artistic, a lot more challenging in a lot of ways. And that work has looked like, in some avenues, throwing glitter at some of the presidential candidates that were running in 2012 who happened to be, quite frankly, bigots and anti-gay folks, and wasn't going to have that. So throwing glitter in the face of Tim Pawlenty as he was running for office, or just in January going in to Vegas to disrupt a Donald Trump rally and to shout him down from his platform of hate that he's built so much, which I give a lot of credit to the city of West Hollywood for making this a space where we're not going to take a stand for hate either. So I come to this work with a lot of experience in activism and advocacy specifically, and specifically, as an inside worker and an outside agitator, holding the ground for both, which, let me tell you, it is possible and it is difficult. But I'm hoping to also recruit you all. So at this point, how many people would call themselves an activist or an advocate? All right, a few. That's really awesome and really encouraging. And I'm hoping by the time I leave here, everyone feels a little bit more empowered to do some of this work, because it's really necessary and it's totally vital. I'm going to keep checking my time so I don't take anyone else's. So first, I think the important thing for us all to do is immediately reframe what our understanding of an activist is or an advocate is. Because I think the fact that you all walked into this room automatically makes you, or obligates you a little bit to be one. And I like to do that in a couple different ways. And I think, given the fact that we had a panel discussing the need to get back to this indigenous understanding of what cannabis is as a plant, to reconnect with the earth and all it's given us and the ability we have to have this plant, I'm going to consider it in the terms of the natural elements. So earth, fire, water, and air. I use those four elements because I think they're also really strong elements of change making if you think about it. The earth, thinking about it all, and everyone, I invite you to do this. The earth, what grounds you? Fire, what ignites you? Air, what breathes you? And water, what is that which keeps you in flow? And I think if we think about those things, we think about everything that we've heard today, that there was something that was pulling us, right? And it doesn't mean that it's easy by any means. That's the hard part. It's like, okay, I get it. There's a lot at stake. I have all this care in my heart, but it's really hard. And despite an awesome workshop from Lindsay, getting some social media tools, which are really useful, there's a lot more that has to happen. And I think we've started that today, and you may not have known that when you walked in this morning and you were registering with me out front, and one of the other hats I'll wear, was that's what we're doing here. We're forming community, and we're trying to form something that's able to have each other's backs in this, that we're knowing that we're fighting for seats at a table, but we're all doing that together. And what we're actually doing is building that table and putting some leaves in, because there haven't been enough leaves at that table to make it big enough for all of us. So we're doing that today in a big way. And that's pretty exciting. It's a big challenge, but take a deep breath and know that you just built new community today and people have your back. So I hope that by the end of this you've made a lot of contacts, that you're going to add each other on social media to have each other's backs. And I'm laughing standing up here in a lot of ways. I'm talking to a group of people who are way more knowledgeable about the cannabis industry, or maybe more knowledgeable after leaving here today. And I can't say that 10 years ago when I started my activism that I thought I'd be standing in a room talking about being an activist for cannabis myself. I think my parents would especially laugh. Knowing everything that I have gone through on my own journey to understand this medicine and this plant in a big way. I take it back to 10 years ago when I was a 16-year-old. My own parents had to confront their use of marijuana or cannabis in the home, and what that meant for me being a high school student who had grown up in a community that was very well insulated and very well protected from these horrors of the outside world, which obviously include cannabis. And what it meant for my parents to have to sit us down, my brother and I, at a table and tell us about this, and how I reacted in such an embarrassing and astonishing way now looking back after all of this. I mean, I was totally horrified and mortified that my parents had used this, and what I had to do to go represent myself at school now, and oh my gosh, the people in student council, what are they gonna think if they knew, and I don't want people coming over to my house anymore. Did they know the whole time that that's what that smell was? How could I not have known? Like, all of these questions just swirling through my head, and then realizing, whoa, like what an amazing stigma had been placed on this, that I saw my parents in this new way, right? Like my parents, people had given me everything in this world, this is how I'm gonna see my parents. So I get it, like I get the stigma that's out there, and I saw after a long conversation of dealing with this in my family and learning that it's not just me, that so many of us are having this conversation. Lindsay challenged us to come out of our cannabis closets and own this in a big way, and I know for a lot of people that's a really hard thing. I made it a hard thing for my parents to do, and I can't imagine what that is. I think in California we're lucky. I'll take everyone back and remind you that I'm from Arizona, where it's, yes, medical is allowed there, but it's still different, whole different thing. I think my dad was saying it's like $375 to even go and walk into a medical clinic to get prescribed medical licensing, which is not the $45 red sign you see on buildings all around this state. So it's a lot different in different communities, and I think bearing in our hearts and minds the differences that other communities face, and knowing that because of those differences, that exactly where we're at is the best place we can start, and that we have to get started on those conversations, because it's a long way to go to make the changes that are totally necessary so that we're lifting all boats here, that everyone's really getting lifted up. And I think a lot of my, I'm coming through, taking all of my little journey here about how I came to this place. Again, I was an anti-war activist. I did that at the intersection of education, knowing what resources were being pulled out of our communities because of these wars going on abroad that I had grown up watching, knowing that in my home state of Arizona that there wasn't funding for students to go through higher education, let alone to really get the resources they need to complete a good high school education. So I saw that and then started understanding that in the lens of the war on drugs and how that had militarized the borders in Arizona, the US-Mexico border, and how that continued to drain resources from things like education, things like healthcare, things like addressing real community needs, to pouring them into these wasteful things. So I was doing this work for so long, right? I had done anti-war activism, I was doing education activism, and I wasn't totally saying that like, oh wait, I kind of was a cannabis education advocate this whole time, but I wasn't saying that. So why wasn't I saying that? Like, back to that stigma, right? It's really hard. And I am laughing, like, again, just at having posted a photo of me, and oh, there's my name on a speaker panel, and I'm speaking, and having somebody from college post underneath it, like, whoa, you should feel like you're a real hero out there, changing the world with all, solving the world's problems by teaching people how to get high. Like, thank you for diminishing a huge piece of work that we've all come and constructed and done together, right? But like, what's more is, wow, that's what people are still thinking about what cannabis education looks like and means. We really have a lot of work to do. So I know that I'm really grateful for the huge community that jumped on that feed, or that news feed, and made sure that person had all the right information that they needed to have and was told exactly what they needed to be told, which is awesome. But what's more, I think it's just amazing that that's happening at all, and that we can do that and encourage other people. So a little bit, backtracking, some of the big things that are coming up with cannabis education, with cannabis reform, looking at the presidential election specifically, and I said it, Kate said it in my little intro, like the presidential election is nothing. It's so small compared to everything else, all the other issues we have to be lifting up from here till November. And I want to highlight some of the amazing ways that that's been happening before today, and will continue throughout that. So in July, there was this really amazing smoke-in that happened at the White House, more on the creative activism spectrum. I'm seeing Richard nod his head, yeah. This amazing 51-foot inflatable joint marching down DC, landing at the White House lawn where hundreds of people were dancing in this joyful, festive way of embracing the use of cannabis, right? And what a bold thing to do, right in front of the White House that has refused to acknowledge the use of this plant. People are joyfully doing it in recreation. So this act of civil disobedience happening right in front of the White House, they're not gonna go out there and arrest a huge festival of the happiest people you've ever seen, dancing and joyful and all this stuff. I mean, what hypocrisy these activists were able to highlight then, that in this beautiful moment of joy and excitement, where I'm sure there was a lot of intimidation and police threats happening, I wasn't there myself, unfortunately, but to just see that this is what creativity and fun and embracing these obstacles has in the face of real power. Another thing I've been really moved by and excited by is a more distributed piece of activism, so we can all participate, because it's not just in front of the White House in DC, but is this talk to the hand thing. Has anyone seen that? It's going around social media? Yeah, I'm hearing some hmms. So it's 663-0507. Does that number mean anything to anyone in this room? Well, it means nothing to the DEA, unfortunately, either, despite it meaning a lot to them, supposedly. The 663-0507 was the patent that the DEA had. It was a medical patent that the DEA got all these years ago and is now in denial of. So there's, yeah, more claps. So there's a lot of great energy right now on social media, which you all are empowered to use now for this, saying talk to the hand with the 663-0507 written on it, saying, come on, DEA, like, you can't have this conversation if you're not ready to, like, have it with yourself. And I think that's just a beautiful thing. One other thing that's been really exciting, for me at least, is seeing this pop-up museum happen in Oakland. I don't know if anyone's heard about it. It's called Altered State Marijuana in California. It's this amazing museum exhibit that's happening where you can go in on your own time, learn about things, see art happening, understand things in a better way. And I bring up these three things, knowing I have to wrap up soon, to talk about the ways that arts and culture can be used to soften the conversation that we have to have, this hard, difficult conversation that we're about to have with our communities in bigger ways. To consider the way that arts and culture can kind of come in and be a good bridge and soften that for you. That there's a huge spectrum of tools out there in activism, and it can look like just knocking on doors and registering people to vote and saying, oh, hey, by the way, did you know about these things coming up? It can look like, you know, talk to the hand and posting it on social media, and it doesn't even have to be with your face. It can really just be your hand. It can be any of these things. And the idea is that it has to be happening, that we have to embrace these kinds of challenges and be ready to do this. And again, acknowledging that so many of you are already doing this in so many ways, that while you're having conversations about building your business plans or finding those new distribution models, that I'm hoping you're considering what that means to communities who have been disenfranchised by this and how you can make that better. Or that you're thinking about this because of the education of young people that you'll be able to fund, or whatever it is that grounds you or ignites you or moves you or keeps you going, that these are the things that you're bringing into your work. So I think I'll end there and see if there's any questions from the room. Yeah, all right.
I know, right? I wish half my friends were as passionate. Awesome.
Thanks. I'll let you go then.
Yay! No, like seriously, I wish half of my friends were as passionate as her, because shit would go down. If more people were as passionate as Chelsea, things would happen. That's a real thing. So that basically wraps up our Cannabis Educational Forum today, but we're going to bring the woman who is the reason this all happened today, Miss Amanda Hyde. Yay!
Hello, you guys. This has been a very big labor of love, and I first have to say that I'm an activist and I'm an advocate, and it's hard. And there are days that I want to quit. And on those days, I know that I need to dig deeper. And I know that the people around me love me. My city loves me because I love my city, and I invest in my city, and I give to my city, and I come to everything. I show up, I'm friendly, and I give love. And I feel that when you invest in your friends and you invest in your community, you become invincible because you're not one, you're everyone. And there are times where, like I said, it's not easy being a woman. It's not easy, there's a lot of things that aren't easy. And there's a lot of fight to have, like, that we have to do, but I always try to match it with love, and I always try to match it with positivity. And you know what? The saying goes, haters gonna hate. It's really true. But you know what? When they hate, I just fight harder with love. And I have to thank the city, because I grew up in a very small town that was not accepting of who I am, that didn't open up its arms to me. And I moved here, and the second I moved here, I was in these weird little apartments and in this uncomfortable space, and I was afraid and I was alone, and everybody was just nice and loving and checked on each other and cared about each other. And my family is here. And this city council is incredible. All of them, you know, I know them all by name. They're my friends. The sheriffs in this community, I know them by name. They're my friends. West Hollywood does it right. This city calls itself creative, but with people like us, if we work hard, we can push them to be progressive. We can make this place the city that it already is. So thank you for coming here. Thank you for believing in a place where it's not pay to play, where everybody's invited, that people can be positive. And when people shout, you know, just match them with love, and let's just keep working together on our activism. It all reaches everywhere. You know, you think that you're just an activist for one thing, and then you're like, actually, it's this thing and this thing and this thing. So I just have to thank my team. I have to thank Heidi and Dustin and Katie and Chelsea and Austin and Wesley and the city staff of John and Chris and David and Lisa. I mean, the list is endless and endless, and if I forget anyone. And thank you, council, for having faith in us to do things like this, and thank you for funding something like this, because it's so beautiful. So many people have come up to me and said, I can't believe a city is doing this. So guess what, guys? We win. Thank you so much.
Yay, Amanda. She forgot to say thanks, cake. That's okay. I'm just kidding. Okay, you guys, we have 4 more raffles, so I'm going to try and make it go really fast. I know the last couple times it was like all, what was his name, Eli? He won, or Hal. He had everything.